Yes, it is. Hello guys, my name's Calamity Joe. Welcome back to a new video. I do apologise. I started a stream and I found out that I'd inadvertently pressed the button which stopped me, which killed my stream. I inadvertently found out that I'd pressed the button. I'd inadvertently pressed the buttons. Now we're going to go back to playing what we probably can play here. No, I don't want to do that. I want to play like a 4-3 attack. That's probably what I want to do. There we go. Player roles. Let's save that quickly. I wanted to change the team. I had to change it. I had to change this because we had hardly any players left. Initially, we had no players left. Basically, it's the stream's working now, isn't it? Yeah, good. I just want to put this in my Discord server. I want to get rid of that. I inadvertently pressed the button which stops the stream. It stopped my mic from coming through, but it's fine now, guys. It's fine. We're here. Welcome to the stream to everybody that's on it. I don't know if anyone is here. There we go. So we're looking a bit more. We're looking a bit more full strength here. We're looking a bit more fully strength football team here. Fantastic. If you've just joined the stream, welcome. We're live. That's not what I wanted. Here we go. Welcome to the stream, everybody. So we're playing Brentford. So we're playing Brentford in this match. So I don't know. Can we get it to Grealish? Good. I think we're going to start playing well. So straight to Dewsbury Hall. But he didn't put the ball exactly where we needed it to go. So, alright, come on. Right, hello to the person who's just started watching the stream. Welcome to the stream. That might be a corner. That was a good clearance. That was a good clearance. Right, let's clear. Barry gets the ball back. Barry runs upfield, but Illuminati gets the ball back. Hello, Alex. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's just... Ooh. Crunch tackle there. Straight to Barry. Barry turns. And Barry scores. Whoa, lovely goal. Lovely goal. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Happy Merry Christmas to everyone that's joining the stream. Guys, our challenges. This is Forfeit FIFA. So at the end of this season, you guys will give me forfeits for every challenge that we didn't do, that we didn't get right, that we didn't do. Who do you support? I support Everton, which is why we're managing Everton. Because Everton is a fun team to do this with. The whole challenge is to take Everton and turn it back in. So we've done 4 episodes of this so far. The aim was to try and get... The aim was to get our... One of our strikers has to score 20 league goals. But luckily for us in this game at the moment, we've got 15 in 20 games. Eliminate Die is absolutely flying down flying down the left. I support Everton. Really? Who's your favourite player? Oh! I thought O'Brien had that header. I thought O'Brien had the header then. Oh. Oh, yes. We've got this. We've had the chances to win this. Come on. Dewsbury Hall. Good choice. Good choice. So Bammary's out injured at the moment. Oh, he's got it. So Bammary's out injured. Oh, fucking hell. That would have been a good header. Yeah. He's been playing really well as well. Yeah, mine is Seamus Coleman because he's been playing for Everton for as long as I can remember. My favourite Everton player is Seamus Coleman. So, yeah, he's played for Everton for as long as I can remember. Ndai. Good player, man. Good player. I just wish he'd score more. I wish he'd score more, though. Oh, shit. Yeah, but that pisses me off about AFCON. I don't think Premier League players should be allowed to go to AFCON, personally. I don't like AFCON because I think it's wrong for Premier League players. You're in your they should do AFCON. They should do AFCON in personally. They should do AFCON in November when there's an international break. They shouldn't do it they shouldn't do it in winter time when the Premier League and other leagues have like league football. It's a pen. But the goals start to drop off. Yeah. But oh, saved. Ironically, he has never missed a pen in real life. Well, the goals have started to drop off, but then that's always going to happen. I wouldn't say the goals have dropped off. Like the game against Fulham, they had three. The game against Fulham, they scored 5 goals. The game against Fulham, they scored 5 goals, and one of them shouldn't have been ruled out. The third one that Dewsbury Hall scored, VAR should never have got involved because it was a perfectly good goal. But I think VAR has been really tight. I think VAR though has been very tight this season. I don't think Everton should have lost the game against Arsenal and Leeds because I think the Leeds penalty at the start of the season wasn't a penalty. And I think Arsenal should. I think Everton should have had a penalty against Arsenal. If you miss time of tackle in the box, if you miss time a clearance in a box and hits a player, it's a penalty. I can't see what the difference was between the one at Fulham the day later. If VAR just does my head in. Like two pens. Well, the one before is a bit of a thing. The one before is a bit of a coming together. You can understand that one. But the second one should have been a definite pen. The second one should have been a pen. The first one was more. The first one was more of a coming together. They were both running right next to each other and sort of clashed into each other. But the second one should have been a pen. But it takes me back to one against. It takes me back to one against Man United a few years ago. In 2018, in 2019, sorry. In 2019, Everton scored a perfectly good goal against Manchester. In 2020, sorry, it was 2020. It was Carlo Ancelotti's season. In 2020 March time, Everton scored a perfectly good goal winner against Manchester United and had it ruled out because a player was on the floor in front of the goalkeeper. But if VAR had done its job, the Everton player was tackled and took out. So he should have been. The Everton players there should have been. It should have been a penalty. So the thing about the player being on the floor should have been irrespective. The goal should have stood. Like that happened a few weeks ago, which was bizarre. A goal was ruled out and a penalty was given. But they'd already scored. You might as well not give them the penalty because the ball ended up in the net. I'd have been aggrieved if they missed the penalty afterwards because they scored a goal. There was a penalty decision. They ruled out the goal to give the penalty. He was offside then. Nah, McNeil's a good player. McNeil's a good player, but the problem is he hasn't had the game time. McNeil historically has been a really good signing for Everton. His set pieces have been good, and he's always come up with a goal. The problem with McNeil is he hasn't had the time this season. He hasn't really had much game time this season. He came on and had a real bad game, but you have a bad game. But the fact that he hasn't had much time, what they need to replace is someone like Beto. For example, what Everton need to replace is someone like Beto, because Beto don't run enough. You see Barry running around. Barry absolutely runs for every ball. Then Beto comes on and Beto doesn't run for anything. Beto. I was watching when I watched one of their last matches. Beto looked like he was £50 overweight. He looked obese. He wasn't even sprinting. It looked like he couldn't even run for a ball. And I'm sat there like, in his first season, I was sat there thinking, oh, he's going to be amazing. He's running for every ball. And he has not run for any balls this season. He's good, but they're not starting him. That's because he hasn't been running. It's because David Moyes wasn't impressed with him, and David Moyes was really unimpressed with him in pre-season. Beto was not doing anything. Beto was not running around. Tiano Barry was running around for every ball. He's battling for every ball. Beto on his day is good, but this season he's been awful. He just hasn't just hasn't looked bothered. McNeil isn't. You don't need a replacement for McNeil. The problem is we've got Grealish. We've got Grealish and Ndai, and Grealish and Ndai both play in the position that McNeil plays. So it's not that McNeil's not good. It's not that McNeil's bad. It's the fact that McNeil hasn't really had much starting because he's got two people that play his position. If we didn't have Grealish, McNeil would be playing every week. But they do say it's the same with Michael Keane. Michael Keane's a really good defender. But he used to get shit from fans because he wasn't playing consistently because Tarkowski and Branthwaite were playing so well. McNeil is a good player. He's just not getting a lot of game time at the moment. You're still in contention. You're still in contention, Idris Aganagay. But yeah, McNeil is a good. You want a McNeil around. You want McNeil around just because he's a good. If you need a free kick or something like that, you need him. But Branthwaite is injured. Yeah, but what I was using him as an example. Michael Keane Michael Keane over the last couple of seasons got a load of shit from the fans. Michael Keane got a lot of shit from the fans. Michael Keane got a lot of shit from fans because he wasn't playing very well. He wasn't playing that well. But Michael Keane was hardly coming in. He was only getting a game or two a season because of how good Branthwaite was and Tarkowski. If you're only playing a couple of games, you're going to look bad. Like Dwight McNeil has not played this season, basically. It says he's. Let's have a look, actually, guys. Let's have a look how much he's playing. He's played 8 matches this season, but most of it's only been for a couple. Yeah, Dwight McNeil, 4 last season, 3 the season before, 7. 14 Premier League goals. Obviously, he's played 7 times in the league this season, but 6 of them have been sub appearances. Yeah, he's a good player. The bad players. None of their players are bad. It's just the fact that over the last few years. Let's take Mikolenko out. Let's take Michael Keane out for a bit, and then we'll do that. Yeah, none of their players are bad. It's just that they haven't been able to spend. They haven't been able to spend the last few seasons, so they've had to try. They've had to. Everton aren't a bad team. The problem is, for the last couple of years, they haven't been able to spend any money because of all the financial fair play rules. So it pretty much means that. They get to the point they had to sell anyone they could get a profit on. If those financial rules didn't come in, Richarlison would still be there. If those financial rules didn't come in, if they weren't hit with financial fair play rules, Richarlison would probably still be at Everton. We've scored within the first minute. That's good. Richarlison, Alex Iwobi, Tom Cannon was another one. Tom Cannon, Ellis Sims, Lewis Dobbin, Amadou Onana. They would all still be at Everton if they had. If Everton had. He was pretty good. Richarlison. Well, yeah. It's the same with Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Dominic Calvert-Lewin was really good for Everton. He just, you know, he had a load of injuries, and now he's flying. It's the same as some people don't work. The bad players, like you said about McNeil. McNeil ain't a bad player. The problem is people like Neil Maupay were bad players. People that came in with good records in forever Premier League teams and then just didn't do anything. He's good for Leeds now. Well, yeah, the problem with him is he was injured. I still think I think he would have been really good under Moyes. I think he would have been really good under Moyes, but the fact was that he got injured, and he got injured. He did his hamstring in the game against Brighton, and he never came back. He is their top scorer. Yeah. But you could see it, though. You could see it. You could see that happening. I think he just needed a change of scenery. He would still be at Everton. He would actually still be at Everton. But the problem is he wanted 150 grand a week and Everton couldn't afford it. Everton weren't willing to pay him 130 grand a week. 150 grand a week, which is a lot of money. A lot of them. Their problem for the last couple of years has just been the fact that they couldn't buy anybody. They had to sell people to balance the books, which is just, it's wrong. You shouldn't force someone. Here comes Grealish on the wing. We're doing really well here. We're 3-0 up against Wolves. So Wolves, I think it's pretty clear though, guys. Wolves is going down this season. I think it's pretty clear. Like, Wolves at the moment, 17 games, 0 wins. Literally, Wolves have got 15 losses from 17 games. They've got 2 points. Here comes Dwight McNeil into the ball. Yeah, Wolves only have 2 points from 15 games. Barry scores again, 4-0. We lead 4. Yeah, so Wolves, in reality, they only have 2 points from the last... Wolves, in reality, only have 2 points from the last 17 games in the Premier League. You know, they sacked their manager recently. They sacked the manager recently, and let's just say the new manager's come in and lost all his first 6 games. But that's not his fault. You know, Wolves sold all their best players. Wolves sold all their best players, and obviously that's what Everton had to do. But Wolves did it willingly and then didn't replace them. But the difference was Everton somehow replaced them. "5-0. I don't know how. This is turning into a rout. Like, Wolves, I think Wolves are going down in reality. I think Wolves, because we're playing Wolves, I think Wolves are going down in reality. In real life, I think Wolves are going down because in real life, so this is like January time in the game. Let's look at Wolves' Premier League season, guys. Wolves 25-26. Let's just scroll down a second. Wolves 25-26. Let's press that button. Whoa. Here we go. Wolves this season, 20 games, 2 wins, 2 draws. They won 2 games in the Carabao Cup. Wolves won 2 games in the Carabao Cup and lost 1. So this season, Wolves have played 20. This season in the Cup, Wolves have won 2, drew 2, lost 16. They've scored 17 and conceded 43, which that's a very... That is definitely going to happen. Well, at the moment, their record is worse than Derby County's was. So, Southampton... Oh my god, I didn't realise that. Beto's bagged 3, Barry's bagged 2. That's a good game. They beat Everton in the Carabao Cup, yeah, but the Carabao Cup that was, they've just scored against me, but yeah, they did beat Everton, but that was their second win, that was their last win, but that game was a fluke. That game was a fluke. Yeah, that's because it's not Minecraft, Odious. I don't care about the cup. Well, you've got to care about the cup. The cup you've got to care about. You've got to care about the cup. Rather than just everyone moans about the league, but Everton need to win a cup. Rather than Everton's problem is they always field weakened teams. Everton's problem is they've always been fielding weakened teams. What Illiman and Dye and Grealish were on the bench that game. They should have been on, and they should have taken them off around the 70th minute. But most Premier League teams do it in the cups. They field weakened teams to give some of their other players a rest. But you should take the game. Fucking hell, better. That was a shit shot. They should take it seriously. If you take it seriously, so you should take the cup seriously, like Crystal Palace did last season. Crystal Palace took it serious last season and won the FA Cup. Everton haven't won a trophy now since 1995. Well, should have won the FA Cup of 2009, and they should have gone to the Carabao Cup final of 2016. But they should have gone to the Carabao Cup final of 2016. Man City player was an absolute cheat. Raheem Sterling was an absolute cheat in that match. Sterling took the ball out of play, brought it back into play, and then went and crossed it. And then when asked where the ball was by pundits afterwards, he said he didn't know where the ball was. I'm like, how do you not know where the ball was? Like, that's why VAR was brought in. VAR was brought in because of that, of things like that. A team winning due to the fact that the ball was in an offside, the ball was in a position that you shouldn't score from. But that's why VAR was brought in, guys, because you can't have that. Why should if you're a football fan or you support a team, I've just given a pen away, haven't I? Well, if we win we go to Europe, and I'm old enough to. I will admit, guys, I am old enough to remember Everton in Europe. So Everton used to always be in Europe when I was younger. Oh my god, he missed the pen. I'm old enough, guys, to remember when I was younger, Everton were always in Europe. But that's the problem. Farhad Moshiri brought the money in, but then didn't spend it properly. No, I didn't save it. I didn't save it. It went over the bar. I got nowhere near saving it. The ball went over the bar. Here comes McNeil. McNeil makes the cross. Oh, caught. That's why you want McNeil. That's why Everton want McNeil, because his delivery has always been pretty good. In the Merseyside derby 2 seasons ago, the commentator said he's like a paintbrush. They call him the paintbrush because he strokes the ball in, and he took the cross and then it went in. Basically, you saved it. Well, no, I didn't save it. It went over the bar. Oh my god, it's 6-4. I didn't save it. You can't. It's not. If they put it over the bar, it's not a. If they put it over the bar, it's not a save. It's not a save if it goes over the bar, because I haven't saved it. They've just missed it. It's the same as if they put it wide of the post. It's not a save. Illiman Ndiaye. Ndiaye turns again, turns infield, and blast it the wrong way. Yeah, it's not in a penalty. If it goes over the bar and you haven't touched it to keep it out, then it's not a save. It's like since I put it onto these harsher settings, then every game is, oh my god. Maybe 3 at the back isn't exactly the best sort of... Maybe 3 at the back isn't a really good idea, because somehow now it's 6-5. Yeah, yeah, what? And I am old enough. I am old enough to remember Everton in Europe. Like, Everton were in Europe most of my childhood. So close to losing. Well, I have put it onto some of the harshest settings, so... Console and die. Illiman Ndiaye was shit. But I am old enough to remember Everton in Europe all the time, so I can remember 2015. I can remember 2017. I can remember 2017 feeling how when I was really disappointed with Ronald Koeman when he was the manager of Everton, and because he didn't take the Europa League seriously. They should that group, they should have won it. Mikalenko, how much are they going to offer me for him? 18 million. I will admit, I will look for an offer for Mikalenko. I gotta be honest, guys. Mikalenko took a long time to warm to me when he signed for Everton. When he signed for Everton, Mikalenko took a long time to warm to me because I didn't think he was as good as what Lucas Digne was. Oh, 22. Counter. A bit to 24. Good. A good deal. Mikalenko might be gone, but short-term loan for Edwards. Yeah, Mikalenko took a long time to warm to me when he signed, because I didn't think he was as good as what Lucas Digne was. Luca Digne would be running up and down the pitch, and his crossing ability was absolutely amazing. And I will admit, I'm just going to sim this match, guys, because I can't be bothered to play it. And it was a 3-2 win. I know this. No, it was a 1-0 win. And it was a Beto goal. That's good. 65% possession. Good. Yeah, Mikalenko, I didn't think... I still don't think he... I still don't think he's the standard of what Luca Digne was. But problem is, I think they need to refine. They now need to find a replacement for Seamus Coleman. As much as I love Seamus Coleman, the guy is now 37. As much as I love Seamus Coleman, the guy is now 37 years old. We saw how much I could have got 26 million for him, but that's not too bad. Let's go find a good replacement. Let's go find some young. Let's go find some youngish players that look half decent, eh? El Wali. Everton actually looked at buying him in real life back like 3 or 4 years ago. But they didn't have the money to go and afford him. Good, my God. I'm going to think about some signings, guys. Guys, suggest some signings. But, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Everyone suggest some signings. Everyone suggests some signings, but probably some beneficial ones, but not like too ridiculous. We don't have a ridiculous amount of money to spend. Who do I think would benefit? We would benefit from. Let's go look at our. Let's go look at some of our Premier League. Let's look at some Premier League defenders. If I could sign somebody at 8 Nori, I would, but I just don't think we're going to be able to sign him because he's playing for Manchester City right now. Calaflor is Calaflori is Calafiori only 23? I thought he was older than that. I thought Ricardo Calaflori was only older than that. He's 23, born in 2002. He's the same age as me? What? He's the same age as me? I didn't know that. I thought he was younger than that. I thought he was older than that. I thought he was like 28. I would like to try and see if I could sign him. But I haven't. I'd like to try and sign him because I think he's quite a good player. But should we see if we can get him? This might cost quite a bit. I have no idea how much this is going to cost, but we need a left back. Transfer hub. Let's look, see if we can think about. Let's see if we can think about getting him in. We want somebody a little bit better than what Mikalenko was. I can. Should we go? Let's go for 40 mil. Okay. I was a bit worried that he'd cost more. I was a little worried that he'd cost more then. Please suggest some signings, guys. This would be a cool idea. Crucial. Oh yeah, 5-year deal. You're having a 5-year deal. Discard release course. Don't think we need that. What's he on at Manchester City? I have no idea, but I'm going to give him 90. There we go. I'm a little worried now. I think he's probably about 80. I think he's about 80 rated. Yeah, 79. So we could have got him for cheaper. Although, pardon me, I would like to see if we can get somebody. I'd like to see if we can get like another centre midfielder. That would be nice. The only other person we've got is Harrison. It's got Armstrong, and Armstrong isn't Bergvall. It's just getting further. Well, you can't. He won't cost that much. He'll cost like 10 million. Wow. They want 10 million plus O'Brien, but I'm not. Propose an other exchange player. Who can we think of getting rid of? McNeil's worth 20 million and is 80 rated. Ndai's 80 rated. So we've only got 2 wingers. Midfielders. What about Alcaraz? Definitely not Garner. Definitely not Dewsbury Hall. What about Alcaraz? And then we up it to 15. Okay, we got it. Oh, the game's froze, guys. The game's froze. So that was a good negotiation. Jesus, Thomas Frank. I don't look anything like him. The game has now decided to freeze. So, that's great, isn't it? That's truly, truly. That is truly amazing, guys. What do you think? What do you guys think? That's truly amazing, isn't it? We've turned around and we're losing. We've turned around and the game's froze. So I think, guys, we might actually have to force quit the game. That game, that froze at an awkward angle. Here we go. The game crashed, so I have no idea where we are. We might have to replay those games. So when we did that, we had just replaced Mykolenko. Yeah, Mykolenko's still here. We just replaced Mykolenko with Calafiori, from Arsenal. Right, here we go. Now. Good. Now we're now going to take some players out. So O'Brien is going to switch to there. Barry's going to come out for... Who's coming out this squad? Michael Keane's going to come out. Barry's going to come out for Beto. There we go. Now tactics. I'm going to go to tactics, and then I'm going to change it to player roles. Right. Ndai, winger, versatile. versatile. McNeil, roaming, box to box, ball winning. I want build up. There we go. O'Brien, I want to support attack because they're pretty good. Attack. Tarkowski, defend. Good. So that's how we want it. That's how we want. Defensive approach. Deep, balanced, high. Let's see how this goes, guys. Let's see how we go. Now, I'm gonna look at the. I'm gonna quickly look at the calendar because I cannot remember any of these games. We're 12th as it stands. We've got 27 points. Oh no, it's caught our wins. So okay, it's caught those wins. So our 3-2 loss to Brentford, our 6-5 win to. Hold on, we broke a record there. No, we don't. No, we didn't. We equaled the record of Reading versus Portsmouth. 7-4. There was a Premier League game in 2007. It was 7-4. Portsmouth and Reading was 7-4. Portsmouth 7, Reading 4. The 2007-8 Premier League match between Portsmouth and Reading on the 29th of September 2007 set a record for the highest scoring match in Premier League history. A guy scored 3. A Portsmouth guy scored 3. 4 players, different players scored for Reading. This guy, 2 people scored. 4 people scored. 5 people scored for Reading. 4 people scored 4 goals, and then this one guy scored a hat-trick. But 7-4, crazy. We've had some offers come in for different players. Reject. The Tarkowski one also reject. I'm not selling any of those players. Now, I want to sim this one, guys. I just want to sim this one to see how well we do. As it stands at the moment, I don't know where we are in the league. We have 27 points. So, I just want to see how well we do in this match. So we've basically... Why the hell is Asnu playing? I'm confused. Unless we have sold Mykolenko like we wanted to. And we were just about to sign are you doing another? This is not a video, this is a stream. Hello, Ethan. Well, yeah, but I've already streamed Minecraft today and we've just scored 1-0. Good. We've just scored. Yeah, this is a live FIFA stream. This episode 4 is live. But yeah, I don't need to stream. I've already streamed Minecraft today. I just decided that I wanted to stream FIFA as well. Which obviously I love doing both. Right. Straight to Grealish, who scores. So both right. Since we've just switched into a more versatile. Since we switched more versatile, both our wingers have scored goals. That's pretty good then. Let's go in. We're 2-0 up. In the first 20 minutes, we're 2-0 up. And Asnu gets a rare... Oh. Oh, get up, son. It was a dive. Come on. It's a yellow card, but who cares? What? It was outside the box. And he missed. Did you know that Santa's a pilot's license? Does he? Goal. Oh, shit, it hit the post. I didn't think you needed a pilot's license for a sleigh. So officially, I don't think he has one. Because I don't. If you're flying a sleigh, I don't think you need a pilot's license. You need a pilot's license only if it's mechanical, but his sleigh isn't mechanical. It was pulled by reindeers. So he doesn't have one. He doesn't have one because it's Oh, Jack, come on, Grealish. Oh shit. That was unintentional. Come on. Straight, said Ciano Barry, who rounds the keeper and puts it over the bar. Yes, you were flying, so that's not a license though. You don't need a license to fly, you need a license to play, to have a plane. Santa does not need a license to fly his reindeer because it's not mechanical. You only need a license if it's mechanical. You don't need a license to fly, you need a license if you're flying a plane, you need one. So you don't need one to fly because his sleigh isn't mechanical. You only need one if it's mechanical. It's the same as if you built a glider. It's the same as if you built a glider. You're technically flying. If you built a glider, you're technically flying. Okay, they've scored. Yeah, if you've got a glider, Egan, technically you're flying, but then you don't need a license to have a glider because if you're gliding, you don't need a license because it's not mechanical. You're doing it at your own steam. It's like he doesn't need a password because he can fly. No, he doesn't. Not a password. He doesn't need a license. He wouldn't need a license because he's been doing it since before. He wouldn't need a license as well because he's been doing it since before licenses were important. Oh shoot! I need another goal. 2-1. 2-1 is the dangerous. 2-0 is a dangerous. 2-1 is a very dangerous scoreline. Jack Grealish can do this, but he doesn't need a license because he's been doing it since before licenses existed as well. Right, it's the 65th minute. We need a third goal because Villa are ripping my ass to shreds. But Asnu gets back there and does very, very well. And gets it to Dewsbury Hall, who gets it to Illiman and Dye. Illiman and Dye comes into the midfield. Turns again. Puts it to Barry, who misses. Come on. Let's go. Let's have some fun, shall we? Let's... Oh, that would have been a good goal. We're doing very well here, I think. We're doing very well. We just need to... I just very bad defensively. Pickford makes a save. Magic dust. Yeah, he does have magic dust. That's true. He does have magic dust. He has magic dust, so it's... He has magic dust, so he can get into places. That's what the magic dust's for. Well, it's not about seeing... It's not about if kids see him. It's not about if kids see him. The magic dust is the magic dust is there so he can get into places. The magic dust is about so he can get into places. Because, you know, it's hot. You can't... No normal person can get down a chimney. So he does it to make himself smaller so he can get through the chimney. And we managed to get over there and get that. Gianno Barry has 19 goals and 22 appearances. So I think we can safely say... I think we can safely say at the moment that we will not have to do the forfeit for that. That's what the magic dust's for. The magic dust is actually so he can get into places. So he can make things smaller. There we go. Hello, Ghostfort. Welcome to the stream. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Barry makes it 20! And in the last minute, we win 4-1. 20 goals, 22 games, guys. We do not need to... We will not need to... The goalkeeper got so close to saving it. Guys, I actually technically am Santa right now. I've got a huge beard. I technically am Santa right now. I've got a huge beard right now. Right, anyway. Or as we call him in the UK, Father Christmas. Thank you to the people who watched the stream today. What is the most hot part about? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait, you got FC26, yeah? What is the most hard part about being... What is the most hard part about being? I have no idea, Eason, because I have no idea what's the most hard part about being Santa. Oh, that's because I said I'm Santa because of the beard. Well, getting down the chimney, of course. Right, we can quickly change these positions. Wait, where's the book link? The book links are... I just unchecked them. The book links are here. No, that's a painting. What was that then? The book links are there. I sort of took them off because McNeil's a shadow striker for us. Yeah, the book links are here. Ah, Barry, good man. We can turn him into a position now, so he's almost 80 rated. The book links are here. The book links are there in the stream, but I've made it simpler for people to find, so they can just click the they can just basically scan the QR code and it will take them to the same place. Right, we're 12th at the moment. How many points do we have at the moment? We're 12th at the moment. How many points do we have? Offer received from Mark Travers. How much they offer it? They're offering us a 2-year loan. I might accept that 2-year loan deal. Pardon me. There we go. So I want to get... Do we have what's his name in here now? So before the game crash, we'd signed. Before the game crash, we'd signed Ricardo Calafiori. Did we get him in? So Mikalenko's gone. Hold on, Mikalenko's gone, but we haven't got Calafiori. Yeah, so we right. So we sold. Okay. That's the issue then. We sold Ricardo Calafiori. We bought Ricardo Calafiori and then the game crashed. Yeah. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Right, we got 30 points. We've got 2 league games coming up. Actually, stop. We won 2-1. We won 2-1. That's good. So we got 33 points now. I turned around and I was gonna play that, but hey, did we win in the FA Cup? Who did we? Oh, we beat. Oh, okay, we beat Sunderland in the FA Cup. Beto. Alright, you miserable. So, okay, we've won those 2 games. Ooh, we're only 4 points off 5th. We're only 4 points off 5th. We're doing very bizarrely though. 12 win. We've played 25 games. We've won 12. We've drew 3, lost 10. So we don't draw. We don't draw. We either lose or win. That's the prevalence here. We either draw or win. Let's go look at those contracts a second then. Let's go look at these contracts. So, right, who can we talk to about new contracts? Jordan Pickford. No, let's negotiate and see if he'll take a new 2-year deal, eh? What, Crucial? You're 84 rated. You're basically our top goalkeeper. Counter, I'm going to offer you 3 years. The real Jordan. Disregard release clause. We don't need one. Pickford, I'm going to offer you 65. I'm going to offer you 60 grand a year. That's good. He's accepted. Okay, who else can I... Oh, hold on. Where's all the other people I can accept new contracts for? Right. You are getting a whole new contract because I think you're going to be a great player, and I would like you to stay at Everton. So prospect, yeah. I'm going to offer you a 5-year deal though. That's fine. You can have a 4-year deal. You've got to negotiate. Disregard release clause. He only wants 13,000 a week. Okay. We can live with that. Okay, so he's now going to be there for his contract now doesn't run out till 2030 something. Dwight McNeil. Let's see if we can get his contract extended. Because he's playing every week under me because I'm playing him in attacking midfield because that's where I think he's the best. Where he's the best at. He's only 26, so I'm going to offer him a new 4-year deal. So okay, he doesn't want 4 years, so I'm going to give him 3. Because if they want 2 years, they'll accept an extra year. He wants 55,000, 495,000, and he wants a bonus of 360,000. Well, let's just accept. Let's just accept because we got the money. We've got 102 million. If we keep these players happy, then they'll play. Beto. Let's just delegate Beto. An extra year and 87 grand, and then he might stop moaning. Right, so I can't renew Coleman's contract. We've received an offer for Dressagana Gay, but Dressagana Gay's got an extra year on his contract with us, so might as well. I'm gonna sim this, but Fulham are in 19th place, so I don't think they're gonna cause us too much hassle. But then I could be wrong. And in doing so, I normally am wrong most times. So, how is everybody on this stream? Is there anyone on this stream right now? Not really. I don't know if there's anyone on this stream. Guys, I took the piss yesterday. I had a really fun laugh. I had a bit of... I decided to have a bit of mischief yesterday, guys. Who here loves a bit of mischief? Fulham have scored. Oh, they went wide. I didn't think that was going wide then. Who here loves a bit of mischief? A bit of good mischief. Anybody? A bit of mischief, a bit of banter. Good save, Pickford. Now, get that ball downfield. considering retirement. Seamus Coleman considering retiring in game. I mean, that's fair enough. Even people like 5 years younger than him have now started to retire. Imlandai gets the ball downfield, crosses it straight to Barry, and he squanders it. And he squanders the chance, but don't worry, the ball goes out. The hell? Why was that a free kick? He didn't make the save. Well, they've missed, so we need to back our ideas up. Boop. Perfect. How? I thought it had gone out of play. Come on. Good defense. We're giving away a lot of yellow cards, but oh shit! I didn't see that there was no one there. I was just that was just blind hope there was a person there. Come on! Oh no! Don't you dare! Get out of my defense. You're right. Come on. That was an amazing tackle. He did what he had to do. He was loyal. Great. So now we've got to get a goal. I was about to take a shot then, and the referee blew the whistle. Right, so we're losing 1-0 due to a penalty at Craven Cottage. Now we've got to turn that around. Well, let's hope we can do that near instantly. Where's the ball? Oh, bloody hell. I was trying to pass it. I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't trying to get the ball to Ndai. I was trying to get the ball to whoever was running in on the left side, and then he passed it to the right. Right, if I've got a whole feeling if we get the goal, we get the next goal, we win the match. Barry has got the chance, and our informed striker, the Premier League's most informed striker, gets us the goal. Now we've got a chance. we get another goal, we win. And we get to 39 points, which would be fantastic. We're only 4... At the start of today, we were only 4 points off. At the start of today, we were only 4 points off the Prem. We were only 4 points off second. Sorry, fourth. Grealish has his shots... right, the shot goes right towards the goalkeeper. He gets it to Barry again, and Barry just sticks it in the back of the net to make it 23 goals from 25 games. Absolutely unbelievable record. Erling Haaland who? Guys, there's no such thing as Erling Haaland. Barry's in Erling Haaland's pocket. No, Erling Haaland is in Barry's pocket, I mean. Straight to Garner. To Barry. Gets to Grealish on the other side. And Grealish is roughed off the ball. As it stands, it's the 71st minute. Barry gets the ball. And makes it 3. We've won. I think we've beaten Fulham 3-1. Barry has 24 goals from 25 games. I don't think anyone else in the Premier League has that. I don't think anyone else in the Premier League has that record. He's on pace at the moment for probably Boosh. Asnu gets the ball and is running downfield. Straight to Grealish. Oh, he drops it. The goalkeeper drops it 4-1. Does that class as an assist for Asnu because the goalkeeper dropped it? Right, let's make some substitutions, eh? Might as well. We'll bring Idrissa Gana Gueye on. I'm going to take Dewsbury Hall off and I'm going to give Harrison Armstrong a start. I'm going to take O'Brien off as well. I'm going to take... no. I'm going to take Asnu off because he's looking a bit tired. There we go. That's all our substitutions made. Jack Grealish scores his 4th goal. I do want to quickly see, though, for a sec. I want to see the performance there. I want to see if that was an assist. So, it was an assist. It was an assist for Asnu. So Asnu's got an assist. Dewsbury Hall's got an assist, and then Dwight McNeil's got 2 assists. So Grealish has got 1. Barry's got 3. So unbelievable. So 4 substitutions. We've made 3 or 4 substitutions. I've kept Barry on because, you know, Barry's really in form. I've left Ndiaye on because Ndiaye was playing really well. I've left Grealish on because Grealish was playing well. Grealish is now running downfield. He's done it again. That goalkeeper's done it twice. He's dropped the ball. He's dropped the ball twice. We've got so much joy going down that left side against Fulham. Like, the goalkeeper's dropped it twice. So Jack Grealish is now... He'd scored 3 goals in 20. He's now about 5 goals in 20 because he's almost doubled his tally for the whole season in a minute. That's it. Blow the whistle, ref. 5-1. So, we played well. So, Alcaraz, come on. Garner, come on. Armstrong, come on. Coleman, come on. Barry scored 3. So, we were 1-0 down. We scored on the 60. We scored on the 60th, 64th, 73rd, 79th. And then the 85th minute. Fantastic then. So basically in that game, we scored 5 goals in 25 minutes. That's pretty good. We're 6th as it stands. Seamus Coleman's contract expires soon. I know his contract expires, but I cannot talk to him about a new deal. Not willing to negotiate a new contract. So this season, Tiano Barry's bagged 26 goals. Dewsbury Hall's bagged 7. 26 goals, 18, 7 goals, 6 assists, 7 goals, 7... So, no, 26 goals, 11 assists, 18 goals, 8 assists, 7 goals, 6 assists, 7 goals, 7 assists, 6 goals, 7 assists, 4 goals, 11 assists, 3 goals, 1 assist, 1 goal, 2 goals, 1 assist, 1 goal, 1 assist. Ganagay, 1 assist. 5 assists for Garner. 1 assist for Asney, 1 for Branthwaite. We're doing pretty well. Now, I'm going to simulate... I'll sim this Bournemouth game. I'll sim this Bournemouth game, but as it stands, we're only 7 points off 4th. What was our challenges? Win the Carabao Cup. We had to beat Liverpool. We must get 7 or more clean sheets in the Prem. Well, we got 1 then. I don't know whether we've done that actually, guys. Hold on. In the Prem, we had to get 7 clean sheets. Hold on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 clean sheets. In the league, we've got 5 clean sheets. In the league, we've got 5 clean sheets this season. We need 7. We have to get 7. 2 offers to Beto. He's bagged 18 goals this season. Delegate. 19 million. Delegate. 19 million. I'll only accept offers of 19 million for him. So, what time is it, guys? It's 8 o'clock. We'll just quick sim this game. I think we'll win it. Yeah, 3-2. Shrewsbury Hall and Dye Alcaraz. Fantastic. So that's a 3-1. That's a 3-1 win. So we're in the next round of the FA Cup, which is really nice. But we need 2 more clean sheets. I'm going to simulate this Man United game because it's just not a game of importance. I think we'll play... Actually, this game could be of importance. Well, we'll simulate this Man United game. But then we'll play the Newcastle one. I just got a feeling we're going to win. We lost 2-0. Roll change for... Hold on. let's just quickly change this a second. Raw change to Jared Branthwaite. Oh yeah, I turned him into a bit of a wide back. There we go. Arsenal's going to be 11 in 11 weeks, will be 69 rated. Cool. The offer received for Beto, hopefully they've opted to match it. Nottingham Forest are going to reject. You know, you're not offering enough. If you want top talent, you pay the right price. We're going to sim this one for a bit. We're going to sim this one for a little bit. All of our attack is now 80 rated, which is pretty good. So we've done something right this season. We have done something right this season. We just need to be a bit more... Here we go. Pickford, O'Brien, Branthwaite, Tarkowski, Asnu, Dewsbury Hall, Garner, McNeil, and Dye, Barry, Grealish. Good. We should take this lot. We should beat them. Jesus, Isak's still playing. And it had to be him, didn't it? It had to be him. The former Everton player that jumped ship. No offence, I like Anthony Gordon, but I don't like the way he left Everton. If you're a professional football player, and Dwight McNeil equalises, if you're a professional football player like Anthony Gordon is, you don't force your way out of a club by just not turning up. Good. Get it downfield. We're doing all right. 1-1. Livramento scores. I always thought Everton should have sold him. Should have bought him, personally. I think he would have been a great replacement for Seamus Coleman. I'm going to go in, see what we can do. Hello Makados, welcome to the stream. Oh, got that one very good, were it? Welcome to the stream, Makados. Happy Merry Christmas. Good save. What? What is it a pen for? It was a good save. Come on, let's save against Isak. They go. No, I went the wrong way. But it's only 3. We've got this. We've got this, guys. I don't celebrate. Ah, well, happy holidays then. Of course, I remember you're from Bosnia. Yeah, Bosnia is more Islamic, isn't it? Yeah. Well, didn't it's an interesting one. Bosnia didn't used to be, but that was because of the Ottomans. Because it's European, you'd normally think it was more of a, you'd think it was a Christian. You'd think it was more Christian because it's a country in Europe. But I forget. Southeastern Europe was under the Ottomans for 400 or 500 years. I forget about that bit in history. Ah, that was a bummer. We could have. we could have clawed that back to 3-3. Balkans is more Muslims. Yeah, that's because of the Ottomans. That's because of the... Oh! Who scored that? I didn't see anyone... Jews before. Yeah, that's because of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire... When Constantinople fell in the 1400s to the Ottoman Empire, what is now Eastern Europe... Yeah, Turkey. Because obviously Turkey is an interesting one. Turkish history doesn't come from Turkey. It comes from Asia, which is a really interesting part of history. Because Turkey... My name is Dom. Cool. Yeah, Turkey's an interesting one where Turkish ancestry actually... a lot of Turkish ancestry actually comes from... Yeah, a lot of Turkish ancestry actually comes from Asia, because what we now call people from Turkey, who are from what is now Turkey, a lot of that ancestry comes from Asia. Yeah, well, the Ottoman Empire, what is now Turkey, Turkish people aren't actually from what is now Turkey. The Turkish history comes from Asia. Turkey was a place that was invaded. What is now Turkey used to be called Anatolia. Anatolia was... Western Europe was invaded by the Ottomans. After the Western Europe... Yeah, Bosnia, Serbia, they were all part of the Roman Empire. They were all part of the Eastern Roman Empire, and the Eastern Roman Empire was invaded by the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire destroyed the what is now the Roman Empire. So what was part of the Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, become part of what is now Turkey, of what was the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire controlled a lot of countries in Europe, parts of Europe, for 600. No, what you like more, Bosnia or Serbia? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the Balkans is a particularly very... I don't think the Balkans... Personally, I don't think the Balkans is just very good at all, because that's where all the wars and all the problems were. That's where a lot of the religious wars were. I've always seen the Balkans as being pretty much like the battleground of Europe, because that was where a lot of the wars were in like the 90s and things like that. But I don't know. We've actually done real well to get into this. How many countries can I name? Probably over 100. Well, I can probably name 100. I could probably name 150. Do you know, I saying that I could probably name 200 actually, guys. I could probably well, not 200. I could probably name most of them. It would be so cool if we could get down there and score in the last minute. Oh, we did. Oh. 4-4 on the last kick of the game. The last kick of the game, we scored to get a draw. Oh, that is one of my favourite FIFA games of all time. You know, we were losing 4-3 and we somehow scored on the last minute of the match to win that game 1-4 to draw that game 4-4. You know, that says a lot. We're celebrating draws, but we got. I was absolutely impressed by his performance. Like we played absolutely fantastically today. Absolutely. Consult when we play. We don't need defensive miracles. I'm probably going to end this stream soon, guys, because I need to eat something. There might be a stream tomorrow, guys. There might not be. But it is Christmas tomorrow, guys, so I actually am going to have a little bit of a break. Because tomorrow is Christmas. And I need a bit of a break. I've done 25 videos and I've done 24 videos in 24 days, guys. I need some sort of break. I've probably done more than that, actually. Saying that. Offer received for Beto. We got a game against Burnley coming up, and Burnley are like rock bottom. Merry Christmas if you celebrate. I do celebrate because the UK is a Christian country. Even if you're not Christian in the UK, you celebrate it. Even if you're not religious in the UK, you celebrate Christmas because it's basically it is a national holiday in the UK. Like it is literally, I think it's against the law to open up on Christmas. If you're not an essential shop, I think if you're not an essential shop in the UK, it is illegal to open up on Christmas. Which it makes me laugh when you watch FIFA. It sometimes puts games on Christmas, but I'm like, there wouldn't be a football game on Christmas. Can you play this game? Can I play what? Can I play FIFA? Well, I can play all these games, but I'm just I'm simming a couple of them. So we've just lost 2 games, so we're doing all right. So we're still in the FA Cup. Well, we were still in the FA Cup, but now we've got a game against Manchester City. Let's just stop a second. Country ball power protocol. Never heard of it, I'm afraid. Alcaraz, right. Turn him into a position. Alcaraz can just play any position possible. That's good. Barry. He's close to becoming 81 rated. His long shots is going up. His balance is going up. Good, trust me. Cool. We're going to give him a chance and test him on something else. Let's go to our... Actually, let's quickly... Saying that... Let's go to our youth academy first. Let me see your team. I'm managing Everton because I support them in real life. Any other ones that we can do? 56. He's still 49, but Smith is reportedly going to be a great... According to the game, Smith will be a great player for us. Oh my god. Irabunum hasn't really played much. 7 million, yeah, let's just accept it. I want to get enough money from some signings so we can actually... I can't at the moment. I'm going forward to play this match. Coleman's contract expires soon. I know it does, but I can't sign it. Worry about that at the moment. So the best possible deal we could have got for Irabunum was 7 mil. So we've got a little bit of money from him. I've been offered the managerial job for Romania, but I don't want the Romanian manager's job. I kind of want the England manager's job. Right, here we go. We're going to sim this game. Here we go. Grealish, Barry, Ndai, McNeil, Garner, Dewsbury Hall, Asnu, Tarkowski, Brandt, Thwaites, O'Brien. Let's sim this for a little bit. I would love to beat Man City in the Cup. If we could beat Manchester City in the Cup, I would love to. Because Manchester City, I don't think they've won their titles fairly. But Manchester City have a really good squad, but that's because they've got somebody that broke financial rules to do it. Like their owner is a dodgy guy. Like their owner is a dodgy guy. Like what Man City have done behind the scenes is just absolutely awful. If you don't get what I'm on about. Okay, and we've gone up the other end and scored. Barry scores. And Everton lead against Manchester City. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's get another goal and make this comfortable. Jack Grealish turns again, turns around, crosses it, and Barry somehow just doesn't. Bad memories, Biggest Dickus. Yeah, that's our manager's name, guys. Biggest Dickus. Or as my character is called. Come on, let's go. Let's get this ball downfield. Come on, get that downfield. That wasn't a yellow card. Why has he got a yellow card for? And then you give us the free kick. That makes literally no sense. What season is this? Season 1. It's Forfeit Fifa. I'm doing this series called Forfeit FIFA. Oh, I was trying to get the ball to Grealish then. I got myself a quarter pounder of cheese. A royale of cheese, as they say in France. Pulp Fiction line. Tarantino. They don't call it. They call it a royale with cheese. What do they call a Whopper? I don't know. I didn't go to Burger King. I'm convinced he had a... My old uni lecturer is convinced he had a deal with McDonald's for that. Because he says, what do they call a Whopper? I don't know. I didn't go to Burger King. I'm convinced he had a deal with McDonald's that he would only mention McDonald's because they have no question. They have no thing for the metric system. They call it a royale with cheese, and then later on he says about the royale with cheese. Later on he says the royale with cheese as he's shooting the guy. That is a tasty burger. Say what again? Where are you from? What? Do you speak English in what? What's no country I've ever heard of? Do you speak English in what? What? English, motherfucker? Do you speak it? Yes. Come on. Get the ball into that box and you just... You missed an open goal, you silly sod! There's a man who has been eating nothing but Big Macs for 40 years. Yeah, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. That's not healthy. Have you ever watched Super Size Me? Skate Punk. Have you ever watched Super Size Me? It's a documentary from Morgan Spurlock, but he did a documentary because this girl took these two girls took McDonald's to court. Because basically one of them was like 4'11", 200 pounds, 170 pounds, and one was like 5'6" and 260 pounds, and they took to court. Sell him. Oh yeah. That's interesting. But yeah, Super Size Me. Basically, he goes to He took McDonald's. McDonald's got took to court because these two girls complained about it made them fat. Oh, that was the cat-like save from Pickford. Then come on. As it stands, it's the 62nd minute, and we're winning 1-0. Jesus, they're turning me around like a can of Coke. Yeah, Morgan Spurlock. So basically, he just decided to eat McDonald's every day for a month. And he ended up gaining like 20 pounds. And he was having headaches when he wasn't having it. Well, I think it's a lot... It was in America. Ironically, it was in America. Morgan Spurlock, he did it. All the fast food places in America were saying about how they'd improve their menus to make it more healthy. And then he did another one with chicken, and it proved the same thing, that they still were putting unhealthy stuff in food. But it is America, guys. Like, America have really low food hygiene standards compared to like the UK. Like, there's certain foods in America that you can have in America, like you would not be able to eat in the UK, like chlorinated chicken. Like chlorinated chicken, you know, we use chlorine in the UK to clean swimming pools. So you're putting freaking swimming pool detergent. I didn't cross it. I didn't want to cross it to him. So, for example, in America, they're putting like they're putting clean what we would use detergent that we would use to clean swimming pools. They're putting it on chicken. It is. You've got to be. They have to. It is. They've got to redo the menu each time. Whatever they have in America in the food, they've got to change the menu, or they wouldn't be allowed to have it in the UK. It's the same as the Big Mac. It's the same as like they have whatever they have in America in like the McDonald's. They have to either remake the recipe, or they can't air it because our food hygiene standards are much higher. Like there's certain foods in America, there's chemicals in American food that you just shouldn't be in food. I remember what's his name, RFK. RFK, I forgot his name. What his name is. He mentioned something last year. I know he's that America's hygiene thing. I think some of his views are a bit bizarre. His one on chemicals in food though was 100% right. America's got 180 something chemicals in food that you legally can't have in the UK. Yeah, there's like 108. There's quite a few chemicals in the US that you can't have in UK food. Which Europe as well. Like I think it's what do they call it? So here's a couple. Let me think of some good ones a bit. We'll have to wait a sec. So in a minute we're gonna have to go to pens. Oh no, we've got half extra time. US foods banned in the UK. Red dye banned dyes. Red 40 is red 40's banned. Yellow 40. Brominated oils, potassium bromate, BHA and BHT in snacks and drinks. Some things like Mountain Dew, certain Cheetos, Twinkies, and special candies like Jolly Ranchers and Hot Tamales being illegal to sell or carry without warning labels due to hyperactivity concerns. Yeah, there's some sweets in the UK that they've got so much stuff in it. It could the sugar. Some stuff in the US has so much sugar. Yeah, a lot of food is completely different. Basically, McDonald's is a lot healthier in the UK, but it has to be. Oh, go on. Oh, fucking hell. This is the FA Cup. Yeah, it's because Swiss there's some chemicals in American foods that you can't have in the UK. Like red dye 40, like red 40. Tell you what, you know when people have their teeth whitened? You know when people have their teeth whitened with like chemicals? In the UK you can only have 10%, whereas in America you can have 50. Like there were back in the 90s. But the difference between the UK and America is the UK will just ban it, but the problem is America take years to do stuff because everyone complains about their rights. Like, if there's a problem in the UK with, like, this is what makes me laugh about America. If there's a problem in the UK with, like, food hygiene standards, the UK, food hygiene, the UK, everyone in the UK is like, God, we've got to change this. We've got to make it better. America's like, no, you're destroying my rights. I'm like, So what do you want? Do you want to do you want to die of it? Do you want to have dangerous chemicals in your food, or do you want to live? But still thinking my rights. I liked what I liked what Thingy said a few years ago. Daylight savings was brought in. Daylight savings they tried to get rid of in the UK, but it was proven it's safer to have it than not. Daylight savings was proven useful. When they tested getting rid of daylight savings in the 1960s, more kids were hit by cars because it was darker. I think it's better to ban unhealthy chemicals in foods. Yeah, it reminds me of what Joe Biden said last year. Something about assault rifles. He said, "Well, why do Americans need assault rifles or something like that?" And he was saying that why would you need an assault rifle for defense? And that's kind of true. Like, if you get what I mean, America say about gun rights sometimes, and like I'm just saying about things that I wish we had the UK stands for food here. But yes, people here argue it's freedom. It doesn't make sense, but I think it's because America have built up this really rebellious state. Like someone in my comment section a few weeks ago said, if I ever come to the UK, would my right to bear arms be accepted? I'm like, no, because you're not in America. Like, you don't need the right to bear arms because the UK is actually a very safe country. I'm like, what? Why does he give a pen for? He didn't do anything. And now I'm worried because we were doing so well. I can't see where he's gonna go in the penalty shootout. That's so tight. Like, he didn't. I've had no penalties against me this time. I've had no penalties against me. I didn't pass there. Why does in FIFA, guys, why does the ball always go where you didn't pass it? Like, I didn't pass it there. Oh, we've lost. I can't get the ball back. Yeah, we've lost. Game's over. The UK has a knife problem. Only in big cities. Only in big cities. There is a knife problem in the UK. But it's over exaggerated. It's over exaggerated. Yeah, it's the gun thing in the United States is probably bigger. The knife thing's exaggerated, so you see about someone being stabbed, but it tends to be in the really rough areas of the UK. So, for example, every town, every street has its really rough areas. Every place in the UK has its rough area, but the knife crime tends to always be the rough areas. It tends to be the rough areas. But knife crime doesn't tend to be as bad. The numbers aren't as high as what they make out. What the UK are doing is quite a bizarre one, but they're making it out. They're making the numbers seem. They're making it seem that it's a bigger thing than it is, to encourage people not to do it. So if they make it look like it's a national emergency, it'll encourage people to use it. But I'm used to use my Second Amendment right there. Yeah, well, self-defense is one thing. So, for example, a guy a few years ago went to jail because he stabbed an intruder. But which he shouldn't have gone to prison, really. But of course, why are his eyes skin tone? They're meant to be blue. Yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, knife crime is quite a bizarre one. It's gone up. It's gone up in recent years because of obviously. It's gone up in recent years, yeah, because people are glorifying it. People glorifying it in TV shows and things are the problem. Everyone blames illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is not the reason you've got knife crime. You know, people have always gone around with knives. You know, immigration is something, is a problem in most countries, but you can't blame immigration on absolutely everything, if you get what I mean. If someone breaks into your house and threatens your family with a knife, you decide to fight back with a knife and end up killing them, will you get in trouble? Do you know what? It would be if you fight back. Yeah, it's a grey area because it's a grey area. People have been. Oh my god! I've just lost 4 games in a row. It's a bit of a grey one where basically you can. Have you ever heard of a gun crime in the UK? Well, you've heard of gun crimes, but the UK changed it. In 1996, a 43-year-old man who was angry at someone went into a school and shot 16 children. But the UK government and and parents were so appalled that the UK government over the next 2 years changed all the gun laws and they made it illegal to carry a handgun in the UK. Well, without a license. All they did though. Yeah, all the UK really did was just say if you're mentally ill, a dangerous criminal, you can't have a gun license. So doing that sort of worked, but it's because the people of the UK are more of a collective, if you get what I mean. In the UK, it's like less. The people of the UK. British people are very much like we're all in this together, you know, we're all British, whereas America's very much my rights come first, everybody else is behind me. It's sort of like that, if you guys get what I mean. The UK is very much like everyone loves each other. Everyone loves each other. There's a joke, and it says like the English, the Scottish, the Irish. The English, the Scottish, the Irish, the Welsh, they would mock each other in the taverns, but in the field of injustice, they'd fight hand in hand. And it is true. Which, yeah, so I think the difference is... Well, I wouldn't say it's less violent. America's a bigger country. America's a bigger country. But I think Americans are too thing on self-defense rights. I think America are too thing on self-defense rights. If you make it so, if you change it so, like for example, say you own a gun in the UK without a license. Say you own a gun in the UK without a license, and you pull it out on someone. That's 5 years prison. That's 5 years prison just there. That's 5 years prison. That in the UK with just wielding a gun to someone in public. Well, it's going to be common though, because how common are shootings in the UK? Do you know, we've had a couple in recent years, but it's only been tiny ones. We've had a couple in recent years, but then it's nothing compared to what some other countries are. But that's because of what the UK did after. It's because of what the UK. Shouldn't police have guns? There's no need though. That's the interesting part. We do our police officers have guns, but they have to be specific departments. So if you see someone armed with a deadly weapon doing something dangerous, that's when the armed police would show up. So that the armed police are licensed police officers that can carry guns, but your average police officer can't carry a gun. So if there's someone dangerous, their thing is their natural instinct would be to taser them. Yeah, higher ranks. So basically, counter-terrorism are armed. Let me think of another one. Counter-terrorism are armed. Obviously, armed police. So basically, your average police officer can't carry a gun. Which is why I read a statistic a couple of years ago. The average British firearms policeman shoots. How many people? The number of people that get killed by police in the UK is the same as what in 20 years is the same. Wait, why are so many more women in the police in the UK? Because we're probably more. Our equality is probably higher. I don't know. I can't answer that. But yeah, on a standpoint, yeah, the way they do it is so. How many like it makes me wonder. Does the UK have a SWAT team? Yeah, counter-terrorism. Well, the UK has all that, but it's rare. It's rare they come. It's very rare. But the reason you never really hear about shootings in the UK is normally because they've been neutralised before they've done it. In a way. It's I think America care more about the businesses though. I think Were you speeding though? Were you speeding though? Oh my god, that Pringle can landed in the bin from the other side of the room. Cool. Were you actually speeding though? But the answer there is just don't speed. The answer there is don't look like you're speeding. In fact, I was on a film set and a friend of mine drove home and got pulled over for from the police because he was driving slow. And of course they asked him question. I was speeding for about going over the speed limit so I could pass another car. Yeah. Do you know what? They're more thinging. Have you seen what they do in Norway? What flavour Pringles? I had an advent calendar of Pringles, 24 Pringles, the only tiny ones, but it was Texas barbecue, which is my favourite Pringle flavour. Yeah. If I'm talking about this for a second, guys, I was only going about 10 miles over for 5 seconds. Have you guys ever seen what they do in Norway? I got so unlucky. Yeah. Have you seen what they do in Norway, guys? If you're speeding in Norway, this is how they stop you speeding in Norway. America should do this for people that speed. Norway, they don't just fine you. They look at your tax information to see about how much you earn, and then they charge you accordingly. So basically, the richer you are, the heavier your driving fine, which is a clever idea. It's designed to stop people from speeding dangerously. So the richer you are, the higher your fine. Canada's an interesting one. Oh my god, we've projected we've turned Everton into a £200 million profit. They're now worth $1 billion again. Yeah, Canada. I want to go to Canada. Canada looks like a nice country. Oh, I had a person in my stream the other day that said about Canada. A person who was in my stream. I said asked me what hour I wanted to go, and I said, I've always wanted to go to Canada. And they went, oh, you're wrong. Canada's a drug-filled nation. I'm like, no, that's not true. Like, Canada's not a drug-filled nation. Canada's not a failed state. And I'm like, how much is American propaganda? How much has the US government in recent months put out this propaganda that Canada's a failed nation? I'm like, I found it funny. Egypt's an interesting one. I have always wanted to go. I have always wanted to go to Egypt, just because I want to see the pyramids. Although I do want to go to Italy. I want to see Pompeii. True history. Only because of the history. Ironically, that's what we should be building out of. We should be building out of whatever they built that out of, because all of our buildings that we've got right now, all of our skyscrapers, all of this, all of our that, the pyramids will have outlived them and will outlive them. The pyramids were designed in a way that they will still exist in 100,000 years. The pyramids will eventually collapse. The pyramids would eventually collapse, but not soon. They've lasted a millennia due to the solid stone and solid construction of smart design, but natural forces like wind, erosion, seismic shifts and groundwater mean they'll slowly decay over millions of years. With complete erosion estimated in over hundreds of millions of years. So they were built. We should be building whatever they did there. We should whatever they built that out of. We should be building things out of it, because it's still gonna be there in a million years. Okay, where do we finish? We finished 10th. Right. We don't have to do the forfeit. Yeah. Well, also Sudan. Sudan used to be part of Egypt. Oh my god, we don't have to do that then, guys. Oh shit. We don't have to do the forfeit about winning 15 league games, because we've done that. We don't have to do that, the Liverpool one about beating Liverpool, because we've won that. In fact, they found honey in the pyramids that are so old, but they can still eat it because honey don't go off. I've had it all. Or just like their national dish. Yeah, well, not everyone likes everyone's national dishes. I mean, I will admit, I've had snails. When I was in France, I've had snails, which, do you know what? They actually tasted quite nice. Which was quite. The pyramids are massive. They are. They're absolutely huge. Oh my god, guys! We were 5 points. Bloody hell! We were 5 points off 6th. We were 15 points off 5th. Bloody hell! So, right, you guys have to decide something in a second. Let's quickly. You guys in the stream can decide some stuff. Right. We must win at least 15 games. We've done that challenge. We've done 3, so okay. Number 3. We haven't done number 3, so guys, we need a forfeit. It's got to be something it's got to be something in the game. Well, no, but the pyramids are old. The pyramids are old. So the forfeit could be that we've got to sell our top-rated player or something like that, or it could be we've got to sell our top striker. We've got to sell one of our strikers. we've got 2 forfeits. It's a culture shock, but it's different parts of the world, you know. It's different parts of the world, you know. Back in the day. So, guys, this is Forfeit Fifa. So, for the next season, we've got 2 forfeits you can do. We didn't get 7. We got 1. Sorry, we got 30 million from player sales. We got 1 forfeit. We didn't win the Carabao Cup, so you guys can pick a forfeit. Everything there is made out of bricks, but it's strong stuff. You know, because of what they built it out of. Most of our buildings won't last for another 100 years. Most of our big skyscrapers won't last for 100 years. Some of the biggest buildings in the UK are built out of stone. I personally prefer stone buildings. I prefer the old classical stuff. So guys, we got 1 forfeit. What will it be? Will we have to? Will we have to sell our? Do we have to sell one of our strikers? Do we have to sell our top-rated player? No, I don't talk about the urban stuff, but yeah, but out there, everything's made out of bricks because it's old. They're very protective in those parts of their culture, whereas a lot of people in the UK now don't care. But it's because a lot of it. The bricks in Egypt are much weaker than Western bricks. No, but what I meant was they're very protective of their culture, their history, of their older buildings, so everything's made to look old. Whereas in the UK, most of the businessmen that control big parts of the UK now are from other countries. And of course, they don't care about the culture and history of the UK, which is why the buildings, which is why you see a new residential tower block go into a place next to a cathedral. Which I don't agree with that, guys. There's a place in St. Paul's Cathedral. St. Paul's Cathedral, which is one of the biggest which for centuries was the biggest building in the world. St. Paul's Cathedral. St. Paul's Cathedral was the tallest building in London. It was the tallest building in London. St. Paul's Cathedral was the tallest building in London from 1710 to 1960. Though its dome was massive at the time. Its dome was a record breaker at the time. Yeah. It's because they're old as well. It's because they're old. It's because they're old buildings. A lot of it's old. Yeah, that's the thing. St. Paul, they're not allowed to build. There's a certain place in the UK you're not allowed to build. So all the buildings have to be in a gap. All the skyscrapers have to be here because it's by law. You've got to be able. There's a hill somewhere in the UK. In London, from this hill you have to be able to see St. Paul's Cathedral. St. Paul's Cathedral is the largest dome in the UK. The UK government barred a mosque a few years ago from being built in London because it would have been the largest dome ever built in the UK, and it would have been bigger than St. Paul's. And historical people got involved because they thought that St. Paul's, because of how old St. Paul's is, they wanted St. Paul's to remain the longest, so they successfully lobbied for this mosque not to be built. So St. Paul's remains the longest. People are alright, but not very hostile. But in some parts they are. In some parts of the world they think it's the same as. It's the same as, you know. If you go to some parts of Argentina, they're very anti-British. I think it's because... Are you talking about Egypt? Are you talking about... Still talking about Egypt, Swiss? But the north, the people in the north are more respectful. You talking about Egypt still? I think I know why that is. You got to think Northern Egypt was Northern Egypt was under British rule for a long time. I think all of Egypt was, but in the north there was a lot of stuff. In some parts of the world, yeah, in some parts of the world, like Northern Egypt tends to be Northern Egypt tends to be more supporting of Western Europe, the Western world. Some parts, it's like if you look at some parts of Egypt, some parts of the Africa, they more supports the eastern side of the world. Hello, Oraway, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the more north, the European influence. Yeah, it's the same as if you go to the Middle East. There's some parts of the Middle East that are more pro Europe. There's some parts that are more pro Asia. It's like there's some parts of the Middle East, for example, that are pro Western Europe, are pro America, and there's some that are pro Russia. And it's pretty much still like a Cold War. At least I got to ride a horse and a donkey. Cool. 10th. Yes, 10th. We were battling for 5th most of the season, but we dropped off. We dropped off because we had a few injuries. But this is Forfeit FIFA. We've got one forfeit, but it has to be in game, so it could be anything. The forfeit could be I've got to sell my best player or something like that. What do you guys think this forfeit should be in game? I'm not jumping into a brick wall because I haven't won the Carabao Cup. I'm not jumping into a brick wall because I haven't won the Carabao Cup. All the other things we did, we made at least 30 million from player sales. We got at least 7 clean sheets in the league. We won 15 league games. Tiano Barry scored 25 goals in the league. We beat Liverpool in a game. Sal Pickford. Right, so we got a Sal Pickford then. Right. I got off the chance to sell him at the start of the season. Right, so Sal. Now we need some more challenges, guys. We need more challenges. Actually, should we edit them? I still got to see the non-touristy areas. That's nice though, off the beaten track, if you get what I mean. Like I say this all the time. If you're in the UK, people tend to go on holiday to Spain. But what have they got? They've got the beach, the sun, nothing else. I went on holiday to North Wales, and I went on I went into the sea, coast tracks, coast walks, into all these different seaside towns that had obviously loads of different shops. I walked up a mountain. I went on a tour of a lighthouse. Yeah, that's the bit that's scary though. That's the bit that scares me though, Swiss. But in those parts of the world, win against Liverpool or Newcastle by at least a 2-goal margin. That's a good one. I'm just going to change these challenges on here now then. I'm going to keep this one in. I'm going to change this one. Just give me a sec, guys. My screen's decided to get smaller. I'm going to change this to 20, so... I'm going to change that to 20 league games. No. I want to get the 20 league games. So, shall we put 25 goals in? Our striker's got to grab 25 goals. We have to win the Carabao Cup. We have to make at least... Let's say 40 million. We have to make 40 million. 40 million on player sales. We must make, let's say, 9 clean sheets. What was that other one you just said, ROA, which was pretty good? 9 or more clean sheets. Oh, bollocks. I've edited it and I've left the live stream. Like, I've left the live chat. Let me just... But in those parts of the world, Swiss, it's fair. There's not a lot of money. That's the sad part of it. That is very much the sad part of it. I tried to climb a mountain in Egypt and the taxi told us not to because the police will shoot us. Win a game against by at least 2-goal margin. I'm not going to put the Newcastle bit because we already had the Liverpool bit, so I'm going to just put in the Liverpool one. By a 2-goal margin. Right, perfect. Right, shall we start then? Jared Branthwaite. Who is our top... I'm going to sell Pickford. Oh, we might have to sell Branthwaite actually, because Branthwaite's near 83 rated. Well, our attack was pretty good towards the end. Towards the end of the last season, our attack was pretty good, but now we've lost Grealish. We've lost Grealish now. Yeah, it is. It is Pickford, so we've got to put Pickford on the transfer list. Tarkowski is now 78. I might as well put Tarkowski on the transfer list. Might as well get some money for these lot. I managed to sign Ricardo Calafiori, who plays for Arsenal. I managed to sign him, and then the game crashed. I managed to sign him for like 30 million, and then the game crashed. Right, so... Well, that's just normal in that part of the world. Have you ever... There's a documentary. Is this your laptop? No, this is my Switch. Pickford gotta go, yeah. Yeah. Right, well, we will need a goalkeeper. Or should I just shove Mark Travers in goal? Yeah, I almost got him, and then the game crashed. He'd actually agreed. I don't know. I'd actually signed him. And I was going in for Tottenham's Bergvall, and then the game crashed. We've had an offer received for Beto. Beto bagged about 18, 19 goals last season. Should we negotiate and see if we can get a bit of money for him? But that it's very normal in that part of the world. There's a documentary about a lion in there's a documentary about a lion in Afghanistan, and that's sort of that part of the world as well. That's like Middle East part of that world, because Africa's around that area. Sorry, Egypt's around that area. But it's close. In some parts of that part of the world, it is normal. There is a documentary. Genuinely, there's a documentary shot about on YouTube. It's about a lion, at least 16 mil. Yeah. Let's go 17.5 and just see if they'll agree to it. 11.8. Let's see if they'll go for 14. Soccer coach who let me play was African. Cool. No, what I meant about when you said about he was really nice. When you said about like animals, there's a documentary done about a lion in Afghanistan. There's a documentary. The game's just crashed again, guys. The game's froze. It just does this sometimes. For me, it just randomly freezes. Yeah, what I meant was there's a part of what is your number one? What? Oh, we'll have to reboot the game, guys. Yeah, there's a documentary about a lion in Afghanistan. It was given to by the Soviets to Afghanistan in 1979, and it survived a war. Literally, honestly, the Afghan Civil War happened, and this guy ran in there thinking he was a hard man, and because back in that part of the world they don't treat animals very well, he started attacking the lion. Of course, the lion killed him. So the next day, his brother ran in there with a grenade and blew the lion's face off. So this lion was, when the Americans invaded Afghanistan, they found this lion there with like an infected face because it didn't have because of how long it had been there. Lion Afghanistan. It's a horrible documentary, but it shows about how they didn't care about animals. Some parts of the world don't care about animals. Marjan the lion, born in Kabul, died in 2002. He arrived in the Afghan capital soon afterwards, and a lioness joined him. He witnessed Afghanistan's turbulent history from the communist coup, the Soviet occupation, the state of warlordism, and the hardline Taliban rule. In the civil war, the state of chaos enveloped the Kabul zoo in the middle of the battlefield. The zoo was shelled on many occasions, even destroying its medical supply facility, leaving the zoo personnel unable to help the lion. He was seen as a symbol of survival and desire for the peace by the Afghan people. On March 25th, a soldier sneaked into the lion's den to show his bravery to fellow soldiers. The man stroked Kusha, the lioness, who did not react, but Marjan attacked the man and killed him within minutes. The following day, the man's brother threw a hand grenade in Marjan's den in revenge of this death, seriously injuring him. His eyes had to be removed by some logistics officer who first called for help. And an Italian photojournalist, this rendered him blind, deaf, and permanently disabled. And it said that they encouraged children to bath, they encouraged children to throw shit at him. Well, the guy that threw the grenade was attacked a week later and died himself. It's just a horrible documentary. Yeah, in some parts of the world, they just don't care about animals. Yeah, this is just not... Let me just fix this a sec, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. See the document. Did I see your comment on the shorts? Is that the one which I've put the cookies and milk, and you said you'd probably eat it, and I jokingly... Yeah, I have. Have you seen the joke response I've put back? I jokingly responded to that with, I think I already have to eat at the cookies and milk. I just meet some pies. Well, there's nice people all across the world. The problem is, there's nice people all across the world. Oh, guys. We've now got to go. We've got to go and replay all those games. So, the Man City game, which we lost in the final minute. This Man City game, we lost in the final minute in extra time. In the FA Cup semi-final. Is this mic bugging? Don't think so. I don't think it's bugging. Is it? Oh, win against Liverpool here would be lovely. Oh, shit. It was a 3-0 loss. Well, can you all hear him? I think so. Yeah. You guys are pulling that prank on me again. Well, trying to pull the prank. We got to win. Come on. We win the match. We win the match. We win the match. We might not finish 10th this time. We might finish a little higher. Yeah, can you all hear me? I don't know. Can you guys hear me? So we lost that Brentford game and the Liverpool game, but we've picked up a point. So we got 53. We've got 53 points, but we've got another 4 games. We lost those 2, but then we won these 2. So I don't know what's going to happen. Am I lagging? Can you all hear him? Yep. You might be lagging for a bit because I stopped streaming for 2 seconds and rebooted the stream. Because, right, we've lost 3-1. Three player roles available. Yeah, but that's just in some parts of the world it is normal though. You know, some parts of the world are very superstitious, but it's because of history, culture. You know, America's a very young nation compared to the rest of the world. Compared to the rest of the world, the US is like a kid. It's weird too because superstition isn't allowed in Islam. Unless it's not Islamic. Because I think Islam, there is Christianity in Islam as well. But superstition is just a thing. Superstition is just a thing when superstition comes from your sus of somebody else. But I think we finished worse than 10th this time because the last 2 games of the season we won in reality. Yeah, we finished 11th this time. We finished 2 points higher. But Tiano Barry bagged 30 goals, guys. Well, America, do you get what I mean? America is a kid in like historical standards. America is a kid. Like, for example, what I mean is like Italy, for example, goes back to the Romans. It goes back, 2,000-3,000 years. The history of America, the history of the United States goes back to 1776 because they don't really class anything that happened under the British before that to be part of the history. South Sudan is a baby. Well, yes, Sudan used to all be part of Egypt. South Sudan, North Sudan used to all be part of... Yeah, South Sudan used to be part... So, for example, the name Great Britain is over 6,000 years old, but back to Egypt. Because they found this island that they called the Greater Isle of the Britons. Right, so we finished 11th this time. End season. So I've got to sell Pickford. It is time. The pitch is ready for a new relentless pursuit of glory. Bring out the new strategy and use it to fuel your passion. Put your stamp on the beautiful game. I think I sound really mob. My data sounds amazing to give this game a real voice. What do you think, guys? Is my narration voice really good? Well, yeah, but that's because, Sudan used to be part of Egypt. So it's like, it's the same as Argentina. Argentina don't like Britain. Well, they do, but I'm really tail people. Yes, Sudan's quite an interesting one. Sudan is quite tall. Try to loan in a wonder kid or something. That might work. We could do that. Oh my god. Sorry, my beard, guys. My beard is starting to tangle up with other strands of my beard. I might have to shave it. I haven't shaved in next month. In early January, I probably wouldn't have shaved for 5 months. My beard is long. Well, not ridiculously long, but do you have a longer beard now? Well, I've been growing a beard ever since I was 18, 19, but I just haven't shaved it. I just haven't shaved it in a couple of months. But it is I might have to shave it soon because it is starting to tangle up. And now, if I put my finger into my beard, I lose the top half of my finger. A lot of Syrians live there because of the war. They're also very nice. If you don't want food poisoning, go to the Syrians. They also clean local places too. Yeah, use beard oils. That's what my mum jokingly suggested to me months ago that she was gonna get me beard baubles for Christmas. Right, Tiana Barry's 81 rated. I quite like Barry. He's a very good player. So I didn't want to put him as a false 9. I must have pressed the wrong button there. So right, transfers. I've got to sell Jordan Pickford because of that forfeit. Have you tried beard oil? I haven't. I don't shave my beard with shaving cream, guys. I will admit. I don't shave my beard with shaving cream. I just stick an electric razor on it. But the reason I don't shave my beard as much is because it does hide something. It does hide my double chin. With the beard, I look less fat when I have a beard. Yeah, well, there's loads of difference because it's just such a vast area, if you get what I mean. Right, he's on the transfer list. I'd like to get rid of a few players. Well, we will have to get rid of a goalkeeper because Mark Travers is on loan. We will have to go get a goalkeeper unless we want to go with Harry Tyra. Jesus, all our goalkeepers are ridiculously tall, bar Pickford. Pickford's 6'1". Everybody else is like 6'4" plus. We could go with Edwards. Well, no, I don't actually look that overweight, but it's noticeable. Michael Keane, transfer list. James Tarkowski, transfer list. So, we are going to have to be out for some players. I saw a French dude running and taking a jog on the side of the freeway. Well, we would call it the motorway. We call it the motorway in the UK. We call it the motorway in the UK because motors are on it. The UK, honestly, the UK just name things the way the UK say it how it is. The UK say it how it is. So basically, if it's in the UK, they say it how it is. Yeah, the UK say it how it is. So that the freeway is the motorway. Leeds want to sign. I'm going to see if we can sell him for a little bit more. We've got to make 40 million. But I think we can probably do that. Let's see if we can make 16 million. No! I pressed the wrong button. Right. Beto's going for 16 million. That's good. Because we've sold Pickford, we're going to have to... Sorry if I'm boring you with this. You're not boring me. I do want to go to Egypt. That's a country that I want to go to. Right, we've had an offer for Tarkowski. They've offered us 8 million, which we'll accept because Tarkowski is getting on. Now, selling a couple of players like that, we will get the money in to rebuild. Beto's gone for 16 million. That's good. So that's 16 million. We've only got to make another 30. We've only got to make another 24 million sales to not have to do that forfeit. So selling Pickford was the forfeit because we didn't win the Carabao Cup. It's goodbye's never easy. Beto was close to leaving a few. Right, we've had an offer for Pickford. Oh, do you know what, guys? Kevin De Bruyne, I bet he's cheap. I don't know, but he's getting on. The thing with De Bruyne, he's getting on. He's like 30. He's like 35. Let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can sell Pickford for 30 million. Right, there we go. We got it. We don't have to do the 40 million thing because we've done it. We've Alcaraz. Well, Alcaraz. Right, they're offering me a 20-year-old called Can Uzun, 75 rated. We're going to reject that. Read my last comment. KD. Try to buy KD. I bet he's cheap. Well, I don't know. Let's have a look. Hold on a minute. I just saw something. I do want to look at Evan Ferguson because I think he's pretty good. He looks pretty good as well. Let's just might as well scout these two. If we can get some younger players in, that would be nice. Please visit the USA. I have no intention of visiting the USA at the moment. I have no idea. Oh, I thought you said he'd left. Right. Kelleter might be a good sign-in. It's just giving me... The game's just... Denzel Dumfries. Denzel Dumfries came so close to signing for Everton a few years. De Bruyne. He's at Arsenal. He is at Arsenal. I'd love to sign. I would love to. I might try it, guys. I might try if I can see. You're 55 minutes over your bedtime. Blimey. Should I see if I can get David De Gea in as a backup for as someone to replace the departing Pickford? Right. Let's see if we can get him in. What's the game doing now? It's not done it again, is it? Yeah. It's just taking a really long... Oh, sorry. It's just taking a really long time to load. Oh, come on, game. Bloody hell. This manager is... Right, yeah. Hi, great to see you both at last. Yeah, at last. Fucking sit down and get on with it. Ooh, pardon me. Jesus Christ, we're trying to manage the gate. We're trying to... Yeah, crucial. Can we just... Yep. Can we wind it up, please? Oh, I'm going to offer you a 3-year deal. My client's not comfortable with that. You're not going to want much. I'm going to give you 30. I'm going to give you 50 grand. That's a reasonable offer. Yeah, good. That took us a what? I don't know what he is, but I think he's still a good. He's still a good keeper. Oh, he's 85 rated. We've actually got someone better. We've actually somehow got someone better, even though we overspent. We've actually somehow got someone better. We've signed. We've somehow got somebody better in. Even though he's going to go down overall, it's a good choice for now until we can afford someone better. But America won't say they've got the most our way. They'll say it's the Mexicans. We've just had another offer for Jordan Pickford quickly. Newcastle want him. Oh, that would be a travesty. That would be a travesty if he went to Newcastle. That would be that would literally be a travesty if he went to Newcastle. Like, if he went to Newcastle, if he went to Newcastle, that would be a travesty. If Jordan Pickford went to Newcastle, that would literally be a travesty because he's hated by Newcastle. Jordan Pickford is hated by Newcastle because he played for Sunderland and he's a Sunderland fan. Him playing for Newcastle is like Jordan Pickford now playing for Newcastle is like it's like Jesus. It's like Jesus shaking hands with the Antichrist. I don't want to do that. Bugger off. Cool. I pressed the wrong button. I know I pressed the wrong button. Thank you. Bugger off. There we go. We've had a couple more offers. We have one for King. We'll get rid of him because he's 31 and he's just not. Napoli reject. I don't know, I pressed a random button and I couldn't get out of it. I pressed a random button and I couldn't back out of it. He's gone to Newcastle. Jordan Pickford has gone to Newcastle. Jordan Pickford going to Newcastle, that's like shaking hands with the... That's like Jesus shaking hands with the Antichrist. You know, he is the Antichrist to Newcastle. And now he's their goalkeeper. Fair play, they've given us 32 million though. That'll do just nicely. Oh my god, my nose. There we go. So, we now need to think about what we're going to improve on. Oh, we can sort that out, actually. We can sort that out. We can take Alcaraz out. We can put McNeil up there. We can switch where McNeil was. And now we can bring in... Armstrong. But the thing is, guys, we've got no reserves. We will need to buy some players here. We will need to buy some players, guys. We'll have to buy some players. I wonder if there's any good free agents we can snap up. We've just had a deal from... We've had an offer from Latium. So from Lazio then. We've had a deal from Latium for Tarkowski. 9 million. We'll accept that. Exactly. Jordan Pickford going to Newcastle is like Trump shaking hands with the. They're offering us Nicolo Zanolio. Rejects. Alcaraz could be quite useful for us. Might as well see if there's any good free agents that we can just snap up. Right, so we snapped up David De Gea because he was cheap. We probably could have got him for a bit cheaper, but I was a bit nervous. Is there anyone good? He seems all 70 potential 70 to 80. Okay, shortlist. I have no idea if there's anyone any good here because I was at a French. Alcaraz is a good player. Alcaraz is a good player. He just doesn't score enough. Alcaraz is fairly decent. The problem that I have with him though is that from how many shots he has to he misses, I think he misses too many shots. Like against Newcastle, he absolutely rifled the bar. I'm like, oh. My only problem with him is just how many goals, how many chances he squanders. Might as well snap up. Let's see if we can get someone good in on loan. But it's very hard to get. I find it harder to get people on loan in FIFA. In FIFA, I find it hard to get people on loan because none of the players that I want to see try and get on loan. I will try and see if I can get him though. Because this guy looks good. Basic terms. 2 years? Counter. Okay, they want 60-40. Fine. Ruben Amorim is now the manager of Chelsea. Good. Now, we've got to negotiate with the player now. Well, if that player must be all right then. This guy can play multiple positions. Calater would be a nice one to have. Calater as a cam would be a very nice one to have. And then Dewsbury Hall can slot back into the that position that he played most of last season. Let's see if we can get. Let's see. It might cost us a bit more, but let's just see if we can get him. 45 million. I think. Yeah, he's at Arsenal. Negotiate. Calater might be a good cam to have. He is massive though. He is a massive midfielder. Most midfielders tend to be smaller, and then the taller players tend to be the strikers. Well, apart from or the defenders technically. 5 years, good. Disregard release clause. Deny release clause. I don't see the point in one. Let's give him 90,000. He's happy with the salary. He wants 550 for five appearances. Counter. Let's edit that bonus. No, edit bonus. There we go. Nico Paz. I have heard of him. What have I heard of him for? Okay. Oh, that's good then. He's 84 rated, so he goes into the Alcaraz position. We could have got him for a bit cheaper, but you know, that's not irrespective. If he does really well for us, irrespective, if he does really well for us, it'd be fine. So, squad. Right, I'm just going to... Let's quickly just mute my... I'm going to mute my mic a minute. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can get him on loan. Alright. Well, we can't. We might have to try and buy him then. See what we can do, eh? See what we can do. An extra cam on the bench might be a good thing, because we don't have that many players on the bench. What do you guys think? 20 million? We've still got about 96 mil that we can spend, so... Oh, shit. Okay. It looks like we're not getting him. Well, we're going to wait for these lot to lol. Yeah, we'll wait for now and have a look. We'll skip forward a couple of weeks. We'll skip forward a couple of days then. Oh, my nose. My nose is itchy. Hopefully we'll have the guy on loan come through. We've had another offer come through for Tarkowski. Let them be scouted. Yeah, we're going to scout a couple of players. We've already scouted a couple of players. Now we're just going to go and see what that Tarkowski deal was. So we've accepted loads of deals for Tarkowski and none of them's happened yet. We've accepted every single one. Just getting a bit of money in from him would be... Alcaraz is 23. He's 5'9", 77 rated. He's a good midfielder. Let's keep him. Edwards. He's meant to be pretty good. Jesus, 17 and 6'5". Fucking hell. Delegate. A year loan, but not to buy. Our best player. We got a goalkeeper in the youth department that's going to be in league players that's predicted to be a great player. Right, we got the guy in. So Aaron Anselmino is in. He's 72 rated, but that's all right. We needed a bench player. Now, our morale is looking a little better. We need to replace Neil because Neil's not that. We've brought in a new centre back, might be alright. Or we bring in a right back and then switch O'Brien in. Or we bring in a centre back, a right back. Or we bring in a right back and then we switch O'Brien to centre back. Because O'Brien technically is a centre back. But he can play right back. So, is there any good? Or actually, but O'Brien is a good right back. So should we look for a centre back? Bring in Trent. We couldn't. We honestly wouldn't be able to afford him. Like, we wouldn't be able to afford him. I would bring him in, actually, because of the way the Liverpool fans treated him. I would bring him in. I would actually do that as a joke, because of the way the Liverpool fans treated him after he left. Like, people can call him a snake, but he wasn't a snake. You know, at the end of the day, they let his contract run down. They knew his contract was running down, and they asked him to renew it, and he decided he wanted to go somewhere else because he won everything that he could with. I just found him. Should we try it? I don't know how much money we've got left, but should we try and bring him in just as a joke? Approach to buy. We'll have a look. We'll have a look if we can bring him in. I wonder. I'm just wondering if we would be able to do it. How much have I got? I've got 115 million. Let's try 80 mil. Let's try 80 mil and see what happens. They want to let him go for 99. Let's just accept it as a joke. And then we can switch Tarkowski out and bring in O'Brien. The game's froze. Come on. They were willing to accept it, though. They were willing to accept it. They were willing to accept that, though. Hello, Damir Christic. Welcome to the stream. Oh, no, it's froze. It's just the Switch. It is the Switch. There's 20 people watching. Bloody hell, what's happened? Merry Christmas to everyone that's on the stream right now. The game has just froze. I like now. Oh, thank you. It's really kind of you. The game has just decided to freeze, so we were taking the piss because we're playing Forfeit FIFA and we're taking the piss, so we've just decided to see if we can... We just decided to see if we could sign Trent Alexander-Arnold as a right-back for Everton. We're doing Forfeit FIFA, so basically the forfeits for this next season... The forfeits for this next season are... We've got to win at least 20 games. Our striker's got to bag 25 goals. We've got to win the Carabao Cup. We've got to make at least 40 million on player sales. We've already made the 40 million on player sales because as a forfeit from the last season, we had to sell Jordan Pickford. We sold Jordan Pickford and Beto, which made 40 million straight away. Which was a good sale. I'm going to eat your sausage rolls. Why is only me in chat and the mod? Because I don't really get a lot of people watching my FIFA streams. Which is that's partially it. Not many people watch watch when I do when I do streams on FIFA, not many people watch them. Because it's not Minecraft, if you get what I mean. Because I mainly do Minecraft and I do FIFA as well, not many people turn up and watch them. But today's a bit different. Today's a bit different. You guys, 218 of you have watched this stream. Which I do believe, as it stands, I do believe... Over 1,000 people have watched this stream today. I do believe over 1,000 people have watched this stream today, which is just absolutely mental. 3 off. Right. We just tried to... Who would we signed? I saved the game, didn't I? I believe I saved the game after we'd signed. So we'd signed... we'd signed Kelleter. We'd signed De Gea. We just got that guy in on loan. Yeah, so let's go see if we can get Alexander-Arnold in as just as a joke. Let's see if we can get Trent Alexander-Arnold in as a joke. T-E... Let's see if we can do it as a joke. I'd laugh if we could. Pisses off after the Liverpool fans, treated him like shit. Goes to 6 months later, leaves Real Madrid, goes to Everton, just to piss him off. Let's aim a bit cheaper. Let's go 85 million. See if they're willing to do it. 93, all right, yeah, go, come on. Right, he's in. Just no forfeit, Joe. We've already done one forfeit. We had to sell Pickford, and we're just doing this as a joke. We're just doing this as a joke signing. So we've just wasted 93 million for a joke. That's the most expensive joke in history. And sorry, guys, it's not my birth. Right. So here we go. Right, a 4-year deal. Counter. You can have 5. There we go, disregard release clause because you don't need one of those. I'm going to offer you £150,000 a week, and then, hold on, I'm going to mute my mic a minute. There, he's in. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got him. It's just a joke. £93 million joke. Why not? And we've brought in an 87 rate. We've brought in an 87. Oh no, we brought in an 89 rated joke. Kind of funny though. It's kind of funny. So 87, but he's 89 rated if I play him in midfield. So what if I play Garner and right back? Because Garner can play right back. Imagine if this came true. It would be funny. It would be very funny. So let's just quickly... There you go. This is our new sort of... This is our new defence. We've got quite a young defence. We got quite a youngish defence. There we go. So we've just took the piss with that. Which one do we do? This one because it's got the most money. In 7 days we got a game. O'Brien, Man United want him. Well, fuck off. You ain't having him. They ain't having him. They're now offering us Amrabat, which I don't want him. I just wish we could get some money for Tarkowski. Another offer. Tarkowski's gone to Dortmund for 8 million. So basically, we've probably got the money now to buy a new centre back. Which, wow, we've already got the other guy on loan. So let's just go in advance. Let's go see what happens, eh? I think we'll play this game, guys. We'll play this game just because I want to play it. We've had an offer for Jared Brandthwaite from Chelsea, and fuck off, they ain't having him. So we've got a good team, guys. This season we have to win the Carabao Cup. We don't want to have to sell. Should we make it a rule that we that this time we don't have to sell the most rated player, just because we've got the 89 million, the 93 million pound joke has got to stay. The 93 million pound joke has got to stay. What do you think? My 93 million pound joke has got to stay. I gave away a lot of penalties last season because whenever I made a tackle, it was a pen. We play at Everton. We play tough. There we go. I was about to say that's probably a pen. No, it's not. We play tough here. To eliminate and die. Oh shit. Oh, that wasn't very good, was it? To buy a fifth. Oh, that would be a tight. I've done that before. I did that when I was managing Barcelona. I spent 75 million on bringing. I did that as manager of Barcelona. I brought in Dye in, but I overspent on him. I think I bought him for like 100 mil. I need to replace the left back. I sold Mikalenko. I sold Mikalenko, replaced him, and then basically the game crashed. So my replacement, it saved it to the point that I had bought a replacement. There we go, 1-0. Perfect. We've played well. Barry has his first goal of the season. We need Barry to score 25 Premier League goals this season. So he bagged 30 last season. So technically, last season in the game would have been his first season at Everton. So he came in and scored 30 Premier League goals in his first season. That's pretty good. But not in real life. In real life, he's only bagged 1 goal. But that's wrong, really. He stuck it in the net 3 times, but he had one. He had one ruled out unfair. He had one ruled out unfairly. One was ruled out. One was ruled out. One was ruled out very unfairly. Like the header hit his face and then hit his arm as he chested it. That should be a free kick. He got dragged back. We're playing very well. Oh shit! That was a stray pass. Ooh. That wasn't very good, were it? Oh, shit. But number 4 got back in time. Oh, good tackle. Oh. Until Asnu just decided to go and do that. Oh, shit. I've played that. Well, it would be good if we had Michael Keane for that, because Michael Keane, Everton's defender, is called the best finisher at Everton. The guy bags a lot of goals with his feet for a centre back. Here's a good game for you. Michael Keane, who plays for Everton as a defender, he scored from 40 yards a few years ago. The ball went to his feet, and he saw the goalkeeper move, and he said in the conference in the interview afterwards, "I saw the goalkeeper move, and I thought, do you know what? Go on then." And he scored from about 40 yards. He scored from about 40 yards. Right. We lead 2-0. Number 8. I think that's Dewsbury Hall. Oh no, it's Kelleter. Oh, Dewsbury Hall's there actually. 23. He wasn't even in the box. So he scored on debut. Fantastic. Hopefully he has a good attitude for scoring, because we need him to score. Guys, I just realised we've built up a really tall squad. We've built up a very, very tall squad. Is he the puller that slapped on that day? Michael Keane, yeah. Well, he shouldn't. Michael Keane caused that though, because he started having a go at him. He had to go at him for not following. Idrissa Gana Gueye had a go at him, and then Michael Keane pushed him, and then he responded to the push by giving him a slap. But he shouldn't have done it. But Everton lost to Arsenal the other day, but they should have been a draw. They should have had a penalty. Tiana Barry won the ball in the box, and William Saliba missed him. William Saliba totally missed the ball, and caught Barry instead. But the referee decided it wasn't serious. It wasn't serious. It wasn't sustainable contact. And David Moyes said they invent new words every week. He said, well, he was left on the floor. Went out of play. So corner. Dwight McNeil puts one of his amazing corners in. And O'Brien will come in. O'Brien. Right, come on. No, as an Everton fan, I was absolutely livid. My dad thought Everton was going to get absolutely battered because, the Africa Cup of Nations has left them back. The Africa Cup of Nations, personally, this is going to sound wrong, but I hope Senegal get knocked out pretty quick, because Everton have got 2 Senegalese players who are vital. Everton have got 2 Senegalese players who are absolutely vital to the squad. And kind of thing, Everton have always been ruthless on the counters. That's the whole thing. Everton have always been ruthless on the counters. That's the whole point of why Lukaku scored so many goals. Because they get the ball on a counter attack, get Lukaku the ball, and then that was always Everton's strong suit. But the problem is, for the last 10 years, Everton haven't had a striker that can get 20 goals a season. Didn't they just win 3? Who are we talking about? Jackson scored a brace. Iliman Ndiaye. That's the player that Everton have needed. And he somehow squanders that. How does he squander that then? There's so many times in the season that he would be scoring that. This should be a comfortable win, There we go. Nicholas Jackson. I don't know. I haven't been looking. But I was hoping Senegal will get knocked out pretty quick just because of how bad Everton are without Iliman and Die. But it's because makes me wonder though. Makes me wonder though, how many teams don't buy African players because they're forced to give them up in the summers? In the winters. That's where I think it's. That's personally where I think it's wrong. Yeah, they won 3-0. Yeah, Nicholas Jackson scored and somebody in Die, but I don't think that's Iliman. I don't know, unless they got 2 in Dies. No, Cheryl and Die. Sharif and Die. Never heard of him. Sharif and Die 29. Advance. So we've done alright. We won our first game 2-0. That's perfect. They won 3-0 their last game. Yeah. It's one of those. I was hoping that they would lose just because Everton are really Everton will struggle because Iliman Ndiaye is a creative spark. Idrissa Gana Gueye is running around mopping everything up, but in centre defensive midfield. Like Tim Irabunam, who is basically the ever centre. Tim Irabunam, who is the ever defensive centre midfielder. He ran around in that Arsenal game like a headless chicken. He ran around like a headless chicken. So okay, we've won 3-0, guys. Are you familiar with who KSI is? I mean, I am familiar with who he is. I don't like his content, but I know who he is. I don't like him because I find him childish. If you get what I mean. I know who he is though. Oh, so we won 2-0. We won both 2 games 2-0. Yeah, I am familiar who he is. I personally don't like him because I find him really childish. But he is a good YouTuber in terms of what he does. I find him... The only thing with him, though, is I find him really, really childish. Shall we give him some sort of attacking wing-back? We'll give him an attacking wing-back sort of role. There we go. So, yeah, I am familiar with him. The only problem I have with him, though, is just how arrogant he can be. I don't know, I didn't see. We've just been offered a deal for McNeil. I did find it funny Andrew Tate losing, though, in that boxing, because I know they're all YouTube boxing. A transfer offer has been received. He's given you a choice. Either renew the contract with approved terms. Fine, I'll renew the contract. Him and Jake Paul have beef. Yeah, but the thing with that, it's like he had beef with, obviously he had beef with Logan because they did the boxing thing. They had beef with Logan over the boxing thing. Jake Paul, though, is just a bit of a loon. If you get what I mean. Jake Paul's a bit of a loon. Like, I think, do you guys get what I mean? Like, Jake Paul, though, is just a bit crazy. I've always got that with Jake Paul. I've always got the sense, oh, he doesn't want to. Well, also move from the transfer, but I can't renew his contract. We'll have to sell him because I can't renew his contract. Few offers. We'll have to sell Arcaraz because I can't renew his contract. Right, negotiate then. Yeah. Yeah, Jake Paul though is just a bit of a loon. I think he's one of those. He's just a little bit crazy. But if anything, I think KSI, him and KSI have beef. Him and Andrew Tate have beef as well. KSI though and Andrew Tate's beef is really weird. KSI respected his Andrew Tate's views on hard work, but he hated his views on women. Some of the videos of him talking about females were quite strange. Yeah, that's the thing though. That should never have happened. Like that should never have that fight should never have happened. You know, Anthony Joshua is a proper boxer. Jake Paul is this fake YouTube one. Like, I don't think that should have happened. Like, I don't like the YouTube boxing scene. Like, I'd never do it. I don't like the YouTube boxing scene. It wasn't a fight. It was a champion. It was a champion versus a meatball. What's the line in What's the line in bloody thing? Really, it was a cash grab. It was a cash grab. What's the line in bloody thing, guys? I forgot what it was called. What's the line in bloody Rocky? Rocky versus when he's fighting bloody Thunderlips. Yeah, what's the line in Rocky when he's fighting Thunderlips? Obviously Hulk Hogan. The ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball. That's what Thunderlips says. He says the ultimate male versus the ultimate meatball, and basically it was the. Which it technically is true. Like, you know, Thunderlips is meant to be 7 feet tall. Thunderlips is meant to be 7 feet tall. I think I just went. I just. That's a definite yellow. I lined him. Yeah, Thunderlips is meant to be 7 feet tall. And then Rocky Balboa is like 5'11". Rocky Balboa is like 5'11". And it was like that. That was what it was like. I mean, I do say props to him doing it, but it was a cash grab. You know, Jake, they got a lot of money for that. Was it I know it was a professional fight. I know it was a... I know. Do you guys get what I mean? I know it was a professional fight, but how was it? Was it for the glory of fight of boxing, or was it because, oh wait, we can get a lot of money here? That's what I don't like about this boxing now. It's all about money. That's why I don't like, what's his name, Eddie Hearn, who does a lot of the boxing promotion. It's all about money. It's all about money, and you know, Saudi Arabia. All the fights are in Saudi Arabia because they're willing to pay all this money for them. But that's wrong. Yeah, I'd happily get I'd happily get knocked out for 30 mil. You know, and I'd happily get knocked out for 30 for what a save. Yeah, I didn't even see the save. I was on autopilot. Yeah, I'd happily get knocked out for 30 million. For 30 million, I'd literally stand there. We've built a very tall squad. Like Kelleter's 6'4". Jarrah Branthwaite 6'5", O'Brien 6'6", Barry 6'5". How many defense players we've got here? It's a business, but it's been ruined by... It's a business, but it's been ruined. It's actually a sport, though, and that's the influence of America and Saudi Arabia. You know, boxing used to be about... you know, the world championship, being the best boxer in the world. It used to always be on TV. Now it's behind all these pay-per-view things. And that is America. That is American influence, turning everything into franchises. Sports is getting ruined by the fact that, you know, you can't find it. No, 30 years ago in the UK, sports used to be you used to be able to go and watch sport anywhere. You used to be able to go and watch, no matter what sport it was, you used to be able to go and find a game to watch it. But the problem is, a lot of businesses are ruining it. Hello, Pixel King. Welcome to the stream. Right, let's put that cross in. Oh, that's a good cross. Ah, bollocks. Do you guys get what I mean? I'm surprised you're still live. Well, I streamed Minecraft for like 4 or 5 hours, and then I was bored and I decided to go to FIFA. I need to eat something, guys. I haven't ate anything since like dinner time today. I haven't ate any lunch. But yeah, like football is, if you get what I mean, it's a business, but America, Saudi Arabia and all that, they're turning sports into businesses. Like, you know, football used to be a thing. Football used to be a thing that you went to. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Pixel King, as well. Thank you, that's really kind of you. Football used to be a thing for the working class to go and watch on a Saturday. Now, they're all being treated like businesses, which... Like, for example, I love sport. Yeah, I hate that. 30-minute breaks in the World Cup's ridiculous, just so they can do more advertising. Like the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl used to be 15 minutes, then they changed it to 30 to do a show. That's America's influence, though. America's very much a country that loves the pageantry. But like it should be 30 minutes. It should be 15 minutes, in my opinion. Here we go. It should be 15 minutes. But sport, I love sports, but sports aren't businesses. The proper fighters, you know, there's probably a boxer who basically never got his big break because he couldn't find a promoter willing to promote him. And that's where it's wrong. You know, there used to be boxing clubs all around the UK, and now there's hardly any. YouTubers say, "Oh, we're promoting boxing," but you're not. You're ruining it. You're ruining it because people don't want to watch true boxing now. They want to watch YouTubers lump the shit out of each other. Like, there's no way, guys, that if I ever become popular, there's no way I'm getting in the ring with anyone because I don't see the point in it. It's silly. Look, you're two YouTubers. You film YouTube videos. Who's that one that was cocky? Who's that one that was real cocky and then got lined out? What's his name? Hall. Thought he was a hard man, and then he suddenly got absolutely lined out in the ring. Oh, can't get the ball back. I forgot what his name is. TikTok star, I think. Got absolutely... And he was real cocky, and he got in the thing, and then just absolutely got lined the shit out of. Oh, lovely goal. But yeah, there's no amount of money, guys, that can get me in that ring. It's just so sweet. That TikToker. Yeah, Bryce Hall, wasn't it? Yeah, he was all cocky, and then he got in the ring and lined out. But, you know, they're not boxers. They're freaking they're not. There's nothing there. Probably gonna sell my PlayStation, so no more Legacies for me, at least until I buy a PS3. So you're selling your PS4 to buy a PS3? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, that old Family Guy. Well, yeah, the guy was like he was like 22. The guy was like 30. But you know, so the guy weren't old. You know, the true boxers. Have you guys ever heard the story of George Foreman? He retired and he came out of retirement at 38 and then boxed till he was 48. Yeah, but he did claim he was a fighter. Like, I love people like that. Honestly, I love people like that claim they didn't say something and then there's video proof they did. Like, I remember Trump doing it during COVID on the telly. I remember seeing it on BBC News. Oh, I know. Something about what was it? 2020 FIFA 26. Oh, something about COVID, like deterrent. Something about bleach kills it in a minute. Maybe we should do that with white injection. And then people went and turned around and started drinking bleach, and then he turned around and said he never said it when there was a TV station that did. Oh, how British of you. I was confused then when you said when you're selling your PlayStation to buy a PS3. I thought, well... I was a bit confused then. Oh, Barry gets the ball back. Oh, he was offside. But we're 4-1 up. We're doing alright. How British of you. I'm very British. But yeah, like, that's the difference between the UK and America, actually. That is a difference between the UK and America when we're talking about sports. Like, sports, America sees sports as businesses. The UK sees sports as entertainment. Which is why the UK hates it when it's all behind pay-per-view. So there's actually talks at the moment that the British government wants certain amounts of football matches to be free to watch in the UK. I played FIFA 10 yesterday. Bloody hell, I never had FIFA 10. I had FIFA 08. I was 6 years old in 2008, guys. I was 6 years old. I knew nothing. Well, I knew nothing. I just knew what the latest Doctor Who episode was. I am going to end this stream, though, guys, because it's all... I don't know whether I'm going to be alive tomorrow, guys, but I might do. I don't know yet. We won 4-1. We had 33% of the ball, but we did really well. I was 10-11. Yeah. That is a difference, though, Skate Punk, when you said about sports being boxing being a business. America see their sports as businesses, where the UK see them as sports. It's a really interesting one. It's really interesting. So yeah, that's why the MLS you have to pay to get into. I'm trying not to be like one of those governors that try to relate to everyone and start talking like a British person. How do you talk like a British person? I don't get that one. How you talk like a British person? You don't. No one talks like a British person. I did boxing for almost 2 years. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah, America very much uses business-sizes sports and makes it about money, whereas the UK they just want to watch the sport. So there was a court case a few years ago because football teams started upping their ticket prices. So I think there's a cap on how much you can charge for a ticket, unless it's like a special ticket. Like, for example, a few years ago, I bought tickets to Everton. It was £4. I've grown up around... I see it Britain's like a foreign accent. Well, it's not really a foreign accent. I mean, my accent... It's not really a foreign accent, really. I prefer saying football. Yeah. Sports is good when it makes money, but that it shouldn't overdo it. So, like boxing, for example, boxing should be picked out random where they want to box it. Like, for example, Saudi Arabia having all these boxing matches because they bid money for it. You shouldn't have that. You shouldn't have that. It should be, you box it wherever you box it when one of the people are from. So when they did the KSI Logan Paul fight, when they did the KSI Logan Paul fight, they did it in America. They did one in America. The two fights. They did one in America. They did one in America, one in the UK. Because they call football well, we would call that rugby. We would call that rugby, just rugby with headgears. Like, guys, if you want to watch true American football, go watch rugby. Just go watch rugby. That's just men smashing into each other. It's like hockey. It's not like hockey, but I love what's the one I love? I love seeing clips of rugby when they crash into each other, because it's literally chips. Well, yeah, chips, fries, crisps, chips, tea, fish. Well, yeah, fish and chips. I don't like fish and chips though. I prefer chicken nuggets and chips. Chicken and chips is better. That's just in my opinion though, guys. We're playing. Ooh. Oh, you got an assist. Oraway's going to love that. Trent Alexander-Arnold got an assist for Everton against United. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Like, it's like trousers. You would say pants. I have had buffalo. They do sell buffalo in the UK. They do actually sell buffalo in the UK, guys. I have actually had buffalo. I had some spicy buffalo wings recently. I tried them. They were real nice. But the spicy sauce was the sauce it was in didn't taste very nice. Hold on. I've lost my screen, guys. I've lost the live chat. I've got a mini TV. I'm using a mini TV as the monitor. And it's come off. I can't see anything. Look, literally someone called Bojangles McDuff could appear, and I wouldn't know. But I know Tiana Barry's about to score for Everton, and he somehow did score. But yeah, my screen's gone off. Oh, I'm going to be honest, guys. I'm just going to take the HDMI port out and just look it on my live. Now I can hear myself. I can hear my amazing voice. What makes me say is, so many people in my country all of a sudden just don't like buffalo chicken. I think it's because, culture changes. Food that you think. We have a food in the UK. We have a cake. We have a fruit cake in the UK called Spotted Dick, and now most people don't even know what it is. It's literally raisins. It's literally a raisin cake. It's literally a cake with raisins in it, with like fruit in it. It's basically a fruit cake, but it's called Spotted Dick. And most people don't even know. Like, most people now don't have most people in the UK now don't sit down and have a roast dinner on a Sunday or a Christmas roast dinner. Some people think about going and getting random stuff in. I had a guy in my score year once who was in my score year. He literally said to me in the middle of a class, why would you he can't have roast dinner. He can't have a roast dinner if he hasn't got KFC chicken. I'm like, ugh. Like, what? I get that people don't like the spice, but come on, just add some kind of... It does, but you don't need too much flavour. Sometimes I have had buffalo wings, but the spicy sauce that was in it was like cloggy. The spicy sauce that was with it was very strong. Well, it was strong, but which I do like spice, guys. But the sauce, it was very cloggy, so it didn't just go on the chicken. It got stuck on your hands as well. It was basically like industrial cement. I feel like I think the UK is kind of scary place to be. Because it's by Russia. We're nowhere near Russia. We're nowhere near Russia. We are nowhere near Russia, Pixel King. when I don't know if you know this, but when you look at the map, it does look smaller on the map. The UK is literally nearly 1,005. We're thousands of miles away from Russia. Like here, UK to Moscow. The UK to Moscow distance. The UK is 2,000 miles away from Russia. The Russian capital, Moscow, in Western Europe, is 2,100 miles away. 2,100 miles away is probably that's probably a similar distance that the United States is to the UK. Oh my god, that was a hell of a goal from whoever scored that. Was it Mason Mount? I don't know, I didn't see. Yeah, we're nowhere near the UK. In fact, the UK is one of the safer places to be during... The UK is one of the because of next to Russia, the UK is one of the safer places to be. If there was a nuclear war, the UK would be a safe place due to the fact of how isolated it is. But yeah, we're nowhere near Russia. We're miles away from Russia. Like, the UK is... In fact, Alaska is closer to the United States, to Russia, than the UK is. It looks like a donkey's head. That's the funniest comment I've ever seen for Europe. That's an amazing comment. I love that. It does look... Russia looks like a sleeping lion, in my opinion. A prancing lion. But yeah, Europe looks small, but it's huge. Europe looks small because America's so big, but then America's so big because it took half the land. America took a lot of land. In fact, America even took land from the UK. Parts of Washington State were actually part of what is now Canada, and America nicked them by sending people there, and they almost went to war. And they almost went to war with the UK over a pig, over the shooting of a farmer's pig, which is a crazy bit of history. It's called the Pig War, guys, and yeah, America almost went to war with the UK over a pig. Oh, come on, Barry. Oh, straight to Illiman and die. No! To Illiman and die! Oh. I took a look at the war map. You're very close to Russia. Yeah. But the map is not... But your map, it doesn't show it in actual fact. Alaska, the United States is closer to Russia than the UK is. The northern United States, Alaska, is 55 miles from Russia. The UK is 2,000 miles from Russia. It just looks... It looks it on the map. It looks it on the map, but it's not actually that high. Like, for example, I went to Germany last year. I went to Germany in February of 2024. In February of 2024, I went to Berlin. Nah, it's not that. Alaska's like 50 miles. The Bering Strait is not a lot. It's basically... The Bering Strait is only 30 miles longer than the UK is to France. Well, the UK to Calais is. The UK's narrowest point to France is only 30 miles shorter than Alaska is to Russia, which is why Alaska used to be part of Russia. Alaska should actually be part of Canada. I don't want to be taken to the gulag. They haven't had gulags in like 50 years. And you wouldn't... the looking American. Oh my god, that almost went in. The looking American thing though, literally, you couldn't tell an American person apart. You couldn't tell an American from a Russian. Oh my god, on the 92nd minute we've just scored and made it 3-2. And it was James Garner, the former Man United player, to go and do it as well. Yeah, you're not going to look at... Literally, if you're obviously... if you're American, you will look... Most Americans will look European because they were from the they were inherited from the European side. All white people from the United States hailed from Europe. Most of the people who are white in the United States hailed from Europe. Is it late in the UK right now? It's 11 o'clock. I will end the stream in a minute. I'm probably going to watch the rest of Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, or watch Guardians of the Galaxy. Don't know yet. I'm half French. Yeah, I remember you saying, yeah, so you're not going to be arrested, Pixel King, by Russia. Because also the gulags don't exist anymore. That was under Stalin. The gulags were closed. The gulags were closed in like 1953 after the death of Stalin. Stalin's an interesting bit of history. Stalin was an interesting guy. He's portrayed by the West as heartless. He was loved by the Russian people. But he imprisoned 20 million people. He was actually worse than Hitler was in Germany. Stalin jailed more than, over his 30-year tenure as the leader of Russia, I think he jailed more than 20 million people. There's even a place in Russia, they call it the Road of Bones. Oh my god, we just drew in the Carabao Cup with Swindon. And we went on pen, so we're on a little bit of a run at the moment where we're doing well. Maybe my ruthless managerial tactics are starting to work. Hopefully we can beat Palace. That would be nice. A win here against Palace would be lovely. No, it was a loss. But yeah, the gulags were closed a long time ago. Shall we see what my managerial record is? So we're second in the Prem at the moment, behind Bournemouth. My managerial record at Everton: 49 games, 23 wins, 6 draws, 20 losses. We're doing alright. We just need more wins. Anyway, guys, I will end this stream now. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I streamed for the equivalent of probably 9 hours today. 300 of you have watched this stream. I want to hit 400,000 views by the end of the month, by the end of the year. As it stands at the moment, we're roughly about 10,000 away. I think we're about 9 now. And we've got 7 days to do it in. So let's try and let's try and end this year on a high note. So thank you for watching, guys, and I'll see you all on the next one.